Good evening, one and all. We welcome you all to the fourth day of 1 week international conference on occupational safety and health, food safety, oceans, environment, climate change, well-being, and sustainable development 2023. Commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2015 to 2030 as part of awareness and campaigns, and also India's G20 presidency, and this week's commemorations along with World Health Organization 75th anniversary year and World Environment Day 2023 with the theme Beat Plastic Pollution and International Day for the Fight Against Illegal, Unreported and Unregulated Fishing 2023, World Food Safety Day 2023 with the theme Food Standards Save Lives, and today we are commemorating World Ocean Day 2023 with the theme Planet Ocean, Tides Are Changing. In collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute Center for Arts, Sciences and Wellbeing, and on behalf of all the collaborators, we welcome you once again. Before we start our proceedings, let's take the blessings of Almighty.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue with today's sessions. Today, we are on the fourth day of 1 week international conference. Today we are commemorating World Oceans Day. The ocean produces at least 50% of the planet's oxygen. The ocean is key to our economy, with an estimated 40 million people being employed by ocean-based industries by 2030. Oceans absorb about 30% of the carbon dioxide produced by humans, buffering the impacts of global warming. Planet Ocean, Tides Are Changing is a theme for World Ocean Day 2020. As the ocean covers over 70% of the planet, it is our life source, supporting humanity's sustenance and that of every other organism on Earth. The ocean produces at least 50% of the planet's oxygen. It is home to most of the Earth's biodiversity and is the main source of protein for more than 1 billion people around the world. Not to mention, the ocean is key to our economy, with the estimated 40 million people being employed by the ocean-based industries by 2030. Even though all its benefits, the ocean is now in need of support, with 90% of the big fish populations depleted and 50% of the coral reefs destroyed. We are taking more from the ocean than can be replenished. We need to work together to create a new balance with the ocean that no longer depletes its bounty, but instead restores its vibrancy and brings its new life. Planet Ocean Tides Are Changing is a theme for the World Oceans Day 2023. The UN is joining forces with decision makers, indigenous leaders, scientists, private sector executives, civil society, celebrities, and youth activists and environmental activists to put the ocean first. So World Ocean Day reminds everyone of the major role of the oceans have in every day. They are lungs of the planet and a major source of food and medicine and a critical part of biosphere. The purpose of the day is to inform the public of the impact of human actions on the ocean, develop a worldwide movement of the citizens for the ocean, and mobilize and unite the world's population on a project for the sustainable management of the world's oceans. This year, the United Nations will host a hybrid celebration of annual event on 8 June 2023, hosted in person at the United Headquarters in New York to be broadcasted live. It will also highlight the 2023 theme of Planet Ocean, Tides Are Changing. And this is hosted by the Division for Ocean Affairs and the Law of the Sea of the Office of Legal Affairs of the United Nations in partnership with the non-profit organization Ocean Global and supported by PANRL. This year's annual event will shed light on how we can work together to ensure the ocean's health and well-being. The world's oceans, their temperature, chemistry, currents, and life drive global systems that make the earth habitable for humankind. Our rainwater, drinking water, weather, climate, coastlines, much of our food, and even the oxygen in the air we breathe are all ultimately provided and regulated by the sea. Throughout history, oceans and seas have been vital conduits for their trade and transportation. Careful management of this essential global resource is a key feature of a sustainable future. However, at the current time, there is a continuous deterioration of coastal waters owing to pollution and ocean acidification, which has an adverse effect on the functioning of the ecosystems and biodiversity. This is also negatively impacting small-scale fisheries. Marine protected areas need to be effectively managed and well-resourced, and regulations need to be put in place to reduce overfishing, marine pollution, and ocean acidification. For all reasons, it was necessary to create awareness through an observance. That is why, by its Resolution 63 by 111 of 5th December 2008, the United Nations General Assembly designated 8th June as World Oceans Day. The concept of a World Oceans was first proposed in 1992 at the Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro as a way to celebrate our world shared and our personal connection to the sea, as well as to raise awareness about the crucial role the ocean plays in our lives and the important ways people can help protect. To raise awareness about the role the United Nations and international law can play in the sustainable development and also use of the oceans and their living and non-living resources. The UN Division for Ocean Affairs and the Law of the Sea is actively coordinating different activities for World Ocean Day. UNESCO's Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, in short known as IOC, sponsors the World Ocean Network, which has since 2002 been instrumental in building support for the ocean awareness events on 8 June. Along with UNESCO and other UN agencies, work to protect marine and coastal systems to avoid significant adverse impacts. The United Nations Environment Program, in short known as UNEP, as the specialized agency oversees environmental issues, FAO strengthens global governance and the managerial and technical capacities of members and leads consensus building towards improved conservation and the utilization of aquatic resources. UNDP manages biodiversity and human development projects, and the International Maritime Organization is responsible for the safety and security of shipping and prevention of marine atmospheric pollution by ships. Thus, UN systems, UN and various UN member organizations are working towards preserving and conservation of oceans. The action is a victory for multilateralism and for the global efforts to counter the destructive trends facing ocean health now and for generations to come, said the UN chief in a statement issued by the spokesperson late Saturday evening, just hours after the deal was struck at the United Nations headquarters in the New York, where tough negotiations on the draft treaty has been underway for the past 2 weeks. The agreement reached by delegates of the Intergovernmental Conference on Marine Biodiversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, better known by its acronym BBNJ, is the culmination of UN-facilitated talks that began in 2004. Already being referred to as High Seas Treaty, the legal framework would put more money into the marine conservation and covers access to the use of marine genetic resources. It is also vital for achieving ocean-related goals and the targets of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Referring to the so-called 30 by 30 pledge to protect 30% of the planet's land and inland waters, as well as of marine and coastal areas by 2030, made by a historic UN conference in Montreal this past December. So noting that the BBNJ decision builds on the legacy of the UN Convention on the Law of the Seas, in short known as UNCLOS, the Secretary General commended all parties for their ambition, flexibility, and perseverance, and saluted Ambassador Rina Lee of Singapore for her leadership and dedication. Let's watch a short video.
Across all galaxies, over the history of recorded space and time, only Earth is known to be immersed by ocean. How rare, not only for a blue planet to exist, but for the waters that paint its extraordinary surface to also sustain such a diversity of life. As humans, those same ocean waters are carried in both our breath and blood. Our bodies are made of the very essence that sets the Earth apart. How then do we know more about the vastness of the universe than we do the depth of our own planet's beating heart? What worlds could exist beneath the surface? What damage have we done that we're yet to see? And how do we justify devastating what we're yet to discover? This World Oceans Day, tides are changing. Join the United Nations and Oceanic Global as we explore how Earth is more than it may seem, and bring together decision makers, scientists, civil society, indigenous communities, youth activists, and more, to finally put the ocean first. Because we live on a blue planet, it is time we act like it.
Nothing is more visual than seeing a coral bleach and die and then slowly get covered by turf and algae. In 2017, we lost around 65% corals. almost similar in 2021. The seawater temperature exceeded 39 degrees. But that doesn't tell the whole story. You can see this as the front line against climate change.
We've been monitoring Abu Dhabi's fish stocks for over 20 years as an agency. We have staff that are available every day at the landing sites, both interviewing fishermen and taking length frequency samples to estimate, the status of the stock. And in recent years, we noticed a very sharp decline in the Emirates fish stock. My grandpa was a fisherman. I grew up very much connected to the sea, so it was always something that I wanted to conserve and protect.
Before I joined the agency, I had an interest in fishing and fisheries because I'm a recreational fisherman. And when I started joining the agency, the bleaching event was occurring at the same time. What caused the mass bleaching event was high seawater temperature. And that brought to me to focus just how drastic it affected corals.
The Arabian Sea is characterized by naturally high temperatures, high salinity, and relatively shallow waters. This makes corals here even more vulnerable to a changing climate. But the initiative aims to turn this heat into an opportunity.
So the way we assess the corals, we lay down a transect on the reef and we take quadrat images using this with a still camera. And we take the images and we assess them back in the office. It can be an uphill battle sometimes, especially when we're dealing with things like mass bleaching or mass die-offs. And that motivates us to preserve the environment more than ever. Corals here are some of the toughest corals found anywhere else in the world. They're able to withstand extremely high temperatures. We're mainly focusing now on resiliency and finding strongest corals and trying to spread the genetics of these resilient corals that have been able to withstand back-to-back bleaching. The Gulf is considered a living laboratory for climate change.
Researching how corals around the world might be able to adapt to the climate crisis couldn't be more urgent. Not only are they the first ecosystem that could go extinct, but a quarter of all marine life relies on them. If corals fail, so do fish and fisheries.
We're now at the fish lab, and this is where we study the biology of several fish species. We've bought these samples from the fish market, and what we do here is look at morphological measurements, but also extract gonads to look at reproductive biology, and otoliths to age certain fish species. Our work involves looking at the health of the fish stock and also working on policies and regulations in order to ensure that we sustain a healthy fish stock for future generations. Although we're seeing very positive results from the policies that we've implemented, it's also important to stress on how healthy habitats play a crucial role in the restoration of fisheries.
The various habitats here in Abu Dhabi, from mangroves to seagrass to corals, are all interconnected, and species flow within them.
Abu Dhabi is now also on a mission to restore seagrass. This will create a habitat for many marine species, such as the dugongs, all while absorbing carbon and filtering water for the future survival of corals.
Some of our monitoring sites have seen recovery of up to 80, some of them even 90%. I think it's extremely important to understand how these corals are able to withstand these conditions and try to apply it to other places around the world.
There's a lot of things that are understudied or actually undiscovered in the region. So I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done.
And I know there's many risks to this project, but I believe the risk of inaction is far greater.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, good evening, Raidugar.
Just I'll join you in 5 minutes time. You
Okay,
give me
okay.
little time. I'll just join.
Okay. So today, on the occasion of World Oceans Day, we have an eminent speaker with us. We'll be joining in next 5 minutes. So there is an immediate need to restore our ecosystems. Today, even as an environmentalist and environmental activist and social workers and behavioral professionals, or as a life sciences scientist, or as a human rights activist, as an animal rights and welfare activist, everyone has a role to play in preservation, conservation, and protection of our nature, environment, biodiversity, ecosystems, because we all are dependent on that. Our deviation from the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam concept, where we all belong to one family, including plants, animals, and various other living beings and non-living beings. Everything is part of the planet. We are just one among the 8+ billion species that are living on the planet. And we are no less than any species. And all the species, 8+ billion species, have equal rights and equal access to the resources. But our thought of superseding those species and violating, abusing the climate and environment has put a serious threat to the entire biodiversity ecosystem and the environment. Today, we are paying for that. So let's listen to our eminent speaker for the day. We have with us Dr. Raidu Garu. He would be delivering.
Good evening, Ravindra Garu and participants. I hope I'm audible to you.
Yes, sir, you are audible. Yeah, we have with us Dr.
My
V.N. Raidu Garu, former Deputy Director, PCB Tamil Nadu, and he has vast experience, over 4 decades of experience working with diverse fields. We welcome you, sir, on this international conference on the 4th day for your topic, ocean pollution and its effects and significance of World Ocean Day. Over to you, sir.
you have to open my video. I'm here. Good evening, friends. I'm here to share my ideas on the World Ocean Day, the 8th June
Sir, you
2023.
can start your video.
My video is not starting. I don't know.
You can just click on the camera button, sir. Start video.
Yeah, start video is not coming.
Okay. Because it is enabled from here. Let me give you permission again. Okay, now you can try it again, once again. Raidu Garu, can you try once again? I think there is some connectivity issue. Raidu Garu, I think there's some connection issue. Let's wait for the speaker to rejoin. Dear friends, if you have any queries, you can use chat box. I saw some hands raised. You can use chat box, share your queries. Connect అయింది కానీ మైక్ కనెక్ట్ కాలేదు ఆడియో. కనెక్ట్ అయింది, మీరు ఆడియో కనెక్ట్ చేశారు. కనెక్ట్ అయింది, ఆడియో కనెక్ట్ చేయండి. ఏం చూపెడుతుంది అక్క? ఏంటి అలా జూమ్ యాప్ రావట్లేదా? కనెక్ట్ అయింది అంటే జూమ్ యాప్ లో ఏం చూపెడుతుంది? దాన్ని అప్డేట్ చేయండి ఒకసారి జూమ్ యాప్ ని. పర్లేదు, నేను మేనేజ్ చేస్తాను. There is some network issue at our Raidugar's end. Let's wait so that he connects back.
yukamba insia mwali armozi suazine uyo ipara suifazae zambali armo bandi wai mbio layo na environnement ayo amwa mdeli baba taiwana damu ayo.
Il y a l'augmentation de la population qui fait que maintenant la population est beaucoup, qui fait qu'ils entrent dans la forêt pour couper les arbres, ils vont à la mer, il faut des pêches interdites. Tout ça, ça a un impact dans l'environnement aussi.
So-called small island developing states are among the places most impacted by the climate crisis. But the countries of St. Lucia, Comoros and Vanuatu are teaming up and turning a threat into a glimmer of hope. Some call them big ocean states.
Raidu Garu, can you now unmute and start your video?
Wami iri wa Shamsi Saidi Manswabu nafanya hazi ya titri ya Ecogarde Terrestre amai Parc Marin National ya Mali. Takribani nge mna umuri wa maha 50 uzidi yangu ni yashua Mali Geraldino wana. Mana uzalo watu rikiwana tsaatiti vandakara ipara mahaya norilio leo ripara mba deja yukipe vanobo ingi halisi. Irengenye ingi halisi aruma inzi. Imeile yartawa mana mvua zitawa rikana nyunyiza kahuno zikuenshi karibu na wasi zitawa a partir ya changement climatique.
Je suis Adfa Mshinda, Rangers, Parc National de Mouili. Depuis le début de mon travail, avant, il y avait des poulpes. Mais maintenant, dans ces 5 dernières années, on a mis en place ce qu'on appelle le repos biologique.
64,000 hectares on and around the small islands of Comoros are already under protected area status, so that nature can recover itself. However, it's not only animals and plants that depend on these valuable coastal ecosystems.
En fait, les pêcheurs, ce sont les personnes qui vivent dans la mer déjà, qui vivent à la mer.
Well, people have to live. People have to fish. This is the only place where he gets his sustenance from. And we are telling him or her that we are closing it down because this is some marine protected areas.
Donc, pour les convaincre, on leur dit de réfléchir et de penser sur la génération future. Est-ce qu'ils auront quelque chose à manger? Donc, à partir de là, il y a des pêcheurs qui comprennent et qui accompagnent la protection.
To sustain a growing population, an endangered species may clear the way to a more diverse blue economy.
Raifanya harumenya babaharini dezino. Ndani wasina sensibilisation kaina parulisha. Wasifanya surveillance, ilifanya na patrouille. Yauja kuifanya leo just kuja angalia hizo zilizozahea zisurveille zijaye zishike zazo. Kawafanya wamenyefu.
An increase in sea turtle nests of 25% each year has led to more ecotourism on the island. This trend is shaping a blue economy that is providing alternative incomes to the traditional fishing communities. At the same time, protecting selected areas of the ocean is restoring the island's fish for future generations.
Yeah, Raidu Garu, you can unmute yourself. Raidu Garu. Can unmute yourself. Dear friends, kindly bear with us.
Qui viennent à côté, les revenus de pêcheurs a augmenté. Parce que il y a certes, il y a la protection et il y a la restauration.
Despite the success of restoration underwater, this won't protect the coastline of Comoros from eroding further.
Riparamba huno pia buka mihonko rukoja kama zioni rukore mankuni rilanga za huno ri da basta ino mihonko ya lawa.
Mangroves not only absorb carbon and act as a nursery for marine species, they stop erosion and act as a natural defense against rising sea levels in Comoros.
Siatu association yo saidia ushahiliha na urahafu, ushahiliha na ulanga, tabu mihonko, tabu mangrove. Iswafi hawa nyatu wasona mbandongo ngejisa, indongo inorifa nyao. Kenje mari wajao waje waone mba wasiraka rijika rijitolea hamonania haufanya ndongo njizuri.
fikra ya uhifadhi ulanga baharini na wavonti ilijera kamili wa hifadhi warenge fikra ngondao nayo pasi na communauté association ka shindi ufanya protection meke wao ka shindi.
Collectively, the people of the 3 island states of Comoros, St. Lucia, and Vanuatu are restoring 100,000 hectares of valuable ecosystems. This is equivalent to the size of 186,000 football fields.
These islands are mere dots on the map, that they are not only small and vulnerable, but indeed are large ocean estates.
So Raidu garu.
Yes, I could get onto the only the without video. I'm on.
Thank you. Without video, I think you can continue.
Yeah, please. I'm sorry for the delay in the whole issue. Good evening, friends. First of all, my apologies for not getting in line with the Zoom meeting for some technical problems. Today, World Ocean Day, 8th June 2023. This concept of World Ocean Day was first proposed in 1992 at the Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro as a way to celebrate our world's shared oceans and our personal connection to the sea. You all know that we are all evolved from the sea as per our Darwin theory. The first microorganism has generated in our seas, and then we have gradually come out, and and the ape, then finally we came into existence. The human Homo sapien has come into existence only due to our oceans. In Indian mythology, they say that the Dashavatara is also depicts the same sequence of our emergence from the seas. First, Meenavatara, then turtle, then the Varaha, then you have your Narasimha, then Vamana, then Parshurama, Rama, and then the final man is the man is our Krishna. So, and then we have the last Kalki is the 10th one that is going to come out in the for the destruction of the entire universe. That is what is been told in our scriptures. However, let's get on. The concept was originally proposed in 1992 by the Canada's International Center for Ocean Development and the Ocean Institute of Canada at the Earth Summit. You all remember, I think, the Rio de Janeiro, we had the UNCED conference to understand the what had happened in the from since 1972, the first World Environment Day, that is the June 5th World Environment Day. In connection with that, 1972 we have started our the 256 nations have met together, and then they have drafted that human health and the sustainable development should be looking at the greater perspective, and then we have to safeguard our earth and our resources in totality. Uh, from then, the 1992 was the um, uh, Earth, Earth Day. That is, Earth Day was called for in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, and it was in 1992. That is, after 20 years, they wanted to stock up things. What had happened during these 20 years? What progress we have made, or what devastation we have made? They are almost 500 countries have met again, and then they drafted. During the time of this Ocean Day concept has come out. This year's the purpose of the day is to inform the public of the impact of human actions on the ocean, develop a worldwide movement of citizens for the ocean, and mobilize and unite the world's population on a project for sustainable management of the world's ocean and ocean resources. This was the main concept that was promulgated at the Earth Summit in 1992. And this was suggested by the Center for Ocean Development, IOCD, and the Ocean Institute of Canada, OIC. These two institutions that are come from the Canadian side, they proposed this, and then from that day onwards, we are celebrating World Ocean Day. That is the 8th June. This year's theme is Planet Ocean, Tides Are Changing. Is a theme for World Ocean Day today. We all know that we all were taught from our childhood that there are 7 seas that are Arctic, North Atlantic, South Atlantic, North Pacific, South Pacific, and Indian Ocean and Southern Oceans. The exact origin of this phrase 7 seas is uncertain. Although there are references in our ancient literatures that date back to thousands of years, we all have read at a point of time. The Pacific Ocean is the largest and deepest of the world's ocean basins, covering approximately 63 million square miles and containing more than half of the free water on Earth. The Pacific is by far the largest of the world's ocean basins. The, as excess debris in the ocean slowly degrades over many years, there are a lot of issues that have been significantly been thought over in the marine pollution. The marine pollution or the ocean pollution are the same. They are differently coined at different places and are being used for the same ocean pollution. The ocean constitutes almost 70% of the globe. We all know that. Uh, Two-thirds is ocean and one-third is the land mass for us on the earth. It is estimated that around 50 to 80% of oxygen produced on earth that comes from the oceans only. Marine pollution is also known as ocean pollution. Comes from oil spills, plastic, industrial waste, chemical waste, and agricultural waste. Waste from human resources. All these combined contribute to the pollute our oceans and thus comes within the terminology of marine pollution. When I was working, I wanted to share some of my experiences. I was working on the west coast for my research. For about 4.5 years, I worked on in Ratnagiri, that is on the west coast, south of Bombay, about 250 kilometers down south of Bombay by road. I worked on that marine ecosystem there for my PhD work. I was working both on the marine front and on the estuarine front. I used to observe lot of oil spill, oil material, oil floating on the surface waters used to be observed, and most of the intertidal species that are present on that coast gradually, when I went in 1976, there was an abundance. When I left, before I left in 1980, that time the population on the intertidal zone, it started diminishing. Almost 10% of its load has been diminished. That wonders, that's how the pollution effect shows. Practically, one can see this and experience what exactly happens in the coastal zone. It's very ghastly to know these figures, but it is the fact. What is ocean pollution is also called marine pollution. It's a mixture of chemical contamination and trash. The act of ocean pollution occurs when chemicals and trash are either washed, blown, or intentionally dumped into these oceans. Generally, you must have seen when I was working in Zoological Survey of India on a project of the Ministry of Environment and Forest. I was studying on the coastal population, that is plankton, nekton, benthos. The effect of pollution on the plankton, nekton, and benthos. I was studying up to from the coast. I was going into almost 5 kilometers into the sea and take samples of water, then the plankton. You collect from the depth of the sea, from the bottom of the sea, you go on take samples at different depths and collect these samples and bring back to the laboratory and analyze. you can segregate the different species and different benthic gradations, nectons. Plankton is the surface water animals, microscopic. Then comes the nekton. Nekton are the little larger ones, like small fishes and other things. And then benthos, you can see the big sedentary animals like your corals and etc. All will be there. All these are interdependent on each other, and the oxygen that is been because of the ocean what you call waves, the wind motion is also been taking place, and the lot of churning will be going on. It is not visible to us practically, but undercurrents and upper current will be there, and the whole thing will be churned up and down once in a way. During the low tide and high tide times, we can see this differentiation, and you can find the what are the changes that are occurring on the coastline. During my study, I found that most of the coastal zones are polluted due to human activity. Basically, we are all fish eaters. Most of us are fish eaters, and we love fishing. That fishing is also a hobby and a game for a lot of people. They go into yachts and catamarans. Catamarans they use for fishing for the food, and then all on the coastline people sit and enjoy the fishing also by throwing their fishing rods and etc. But what happens is when we observe during my study from 1980 to 85 on the Madras coastline, I studied about 25 kilometers distance. That is from Ennore to Mahabalipuram. In between, I have studied in different patches, I studied the coastal pollution. To my dismay, the whole Chennai sewage is was being dumped without any treatment. That is, we call it as raw sewage of some 200 mld, that is 200 million liters per day, is being raw sewage is being dumped into the sea directly, and I studied that area and found that this it carries a hell lot of pollutants like cadmium, zinc, nickel, copper, mercury, and also you have hazardous chemicals like and what you call these detergents, etc., pesticides. Everything is into that. Fertilizers, all come through our sewerage system and used to be dumped into the sea, which in turn used to spread over to almost 10-kilometer distance on the coast, and the population on that coast started diminishing year by year. Year by year, I have seen the population diminishing, the degradation on the coast, as well as at least to 1 kilometer distance on the sea line. It is a ghastly experience for me. This is the main causes of ocean pollution. Mostly 80% of the pollution in our oceans originates on land and is caused by human. That's what I was telling you. Here are some of I put down some of the pollution causes as below. Non-point source pollution runoff. I hope most of you know that non-point source is like sewage. Sewage is a non-point source pollution creator. Then our runoffs from the farmlands, fertilizers, pesticides, then even from our roads when there is heavy rain, the towns and cities that have been littered on the roads is all being taken into our rivers. Rivers in turn empty down themselves into the seas and oceans. So that's how our non-point source pollution occurs. Non-point source pollution typically becomes ocean pollution via runoff, which occurs when rain or snow moves pollutants from the ground into the ocean. For instance, after a heavy rainstorm, water flows off roads into ocean, taking oil left on streets from cars with it. A lot of you can see in India, a lot of these car washing centers are there on the roads. People think that there is no necessity of doing any control over those things. I was fighting recently with one of the guys on the road, and he said he was threatening me to take me to jail. When you ask for these things, people do not have the mindset to change their mind and look into the consequences. What are going to happen to us tomorrow? That no one is concerned about these things. There are intentional discharges into the ocean. Manufacturing plants in many areas of the world release toxic waste into the ocean, including mercury. While it has been banned in the USA, sewage also contributes to ocean pollution. Meanwhile, plastic waste poses a particularly tough challenge for us. According to the Ocean Conservancy, 8 million metric tons of plastic go into our ocean every year. Can you imagine this? This becomes a big menace. Oil spills, ships are major contributors to the ocean pollution, especially when crude oil spills occur. I've seen a lot of crude oil spill problems on the east coast when the ships either get into troubles or they wash off in the mid sea. Most of these ships that come to harbors, what they do is they empty their tanks, clean them, and then come to the shore, fill the fuel, etc., and then the greases, etc., for their upsails. So they empty everything in the mid sea, and then they slowly tow to the mainland. This is how the pollution, oil spill pollution occurs. Sometimes there are different accidents occur. Uh, maybe due to a lot of contributors are there. And one more thing is offshore drilling is another aspect we have to look into this oil pollution problem. Um, Crude oil lasts for years in the ocean and is difficult to clean up. You can find a history of oil spills on any site. But largest one in recent history is by far 2010 Deepwater Horizon well blowout in Gulf of Mexico, which filled roughly 134 million gallons of oil into the ocean. Can you imagine this much of oil that has been pumped into the ocean? It will gradually go on to the land only. Uh, if anyone has experienced their lifetime, and when they go to the sea, you throw your slippers into the sea, it reverts back and comes back to you only. The children play like that, and you can see the whatever you throw into the ocean will revert it back to you uh, without any difficulty. So we can imagine our fate of we lot of other oil pollution problems were also discussed during the years. There is one ship breaking unit in Ankleshwar, Gujarat. There's the only ship breaking unit in India previously. Now we have about five ship breaking units. All the ships they carry on their body as well as in the because of their sailing for so many years in the seas, they gather all kinds of pollutants on their surface. When these things are being broken, hazardous chemicals will be released, and hazardous management rules are also emerged because of these um, uh, uh, shipbreaking and ship accidents, etc. World over, this is being seriously thought of, and a lot of work is going on in this area. Atmospheric pollution also contributes to the ocean pollution. Where objects are carried by wind to the ocean, it is often caused by littering. You all know the plastic, single-use plastic, such as plastic bags, etc., and styrofoam containers. These are, when broken down, they go into small pieces. Containers which can take hundreds of years to biodegrade. It is all been taught for the last 2-3 days. We are all dwelling on this plastic and plastic menace in the not only in our municipal solid waste, also in the rivers and in the farmlands. Everywhere we can see this menace of plastic, which is been given for the use, for easiness in use, but is a devastator, is a killer in the long run. These, can you imagine? It is estimated that roughly 1 trillion plastic bags are used worldwide per year. That means what? It will take 100 billions and trillions of years to get disintegrated into nothing. So you can imagine the urgent need for us to work on the strategies for how to curb the production of these plastic bags and styrofoams and other containers, etc. There is another pollution problem in the ocean is by deep sea ocean mining. This deep sea ocean mining is for extraction of substances like cobalt, zinc, silver, gold, copper, and other deposits that are available in plenty in the ocean flora, in the um, ocean floor. These are available in globelet. They call it as they can find in round shaped globulets, and they collect these things and they go on dig the ocean floor. This is ocean mining, drilling of substances. These are all epic in great dimension. Ocean pollution has many consequences that directly and indirectly affect marine life as well as human. We are forgetting about our own origin, and we go on mess up with everything that is available to us. It's 80% of the oxygen that is being generated by our oceans and 20% by our trees and other resources. We produce nothing. We produce all carbon dioxide. We produce all greenhouse gases. We produce everything. And then we devastate our entire universe, our own Earth, and bring a devastating. Today, the temperature is soaring because of our greenhouse gases. That's climate change. We are unable to understand the consequences that what we are making today is going to kill us tomorrow. That is the slogan I think we have to make ourselves and understand the impacts of these. Uh, the ocean pollution has many consequences that directly and indirectly affect marine life as well as human. I'll quote some of these things. What are all those things? harmful to marine species is sea animals are frequent victims of ocean pollution, oil spills, for instance. We will ensure ensnare and suffocate marine animals by permeating their gills. They clog the gills, particularly fishes. Most of the animals have the gills to breathe in the oceans and seas, our seas. Their breathing mechanism is being clogged, thereby they die. We see a lot of recently there was an article I was reading in the Canadian coast. There is a lot of fish kill. They were unable to understand what had happened to that. Finally, they found that it is because due to the microplastics. They got stuck into the fish population, and the fish started floating dead on the coast. It was in tons and tons. They have to scoop out and take out in uh, for no reason of that. That means our plastic microplastics that are yesterday someone was talking about it. That has enormous effect on our marine ecosystem. Not only that, we have harmful chemicals like cadmium. Cadmium creates a lot of problems. Then we have mercury pollution in seas. In Japan there is a case called Minamata disease, and then cadmium pollution in blue babies, and etc. have been reported in journals in various uh, international journals. The effect of other harmful chemicals is also being studied voraciously by readers, our researchers, and their harmful effects, particularly on the biomagnification. That is, what happens is if we dump anything into the sea, the plankton, first one is the plankton that eats on it. Then from the plankton, it will go to nekton. From nekton, it goes to the benthic organism. That is the fishes, large fishes and that thing. So if a plankton has taken zero point 0.1 mg of mercury into it, if a nekton eats the plankton, it will become tenfold and it will become 1 mg. From there, that nekton is being eaten by fishes, larger fishes. These will become 10 to 100 times more. That means 10 mg of mercury has been consumed by the fish, and we also consume the fish, and we also accumulate 10 to another 10 times. That is 100 milligrams of mercury if we consume through the fish. What will happen to us? You just imagine. I leave it um, for you to understand it how things happen in the sea. So animals are very vulnerable to plastic debris in the ocean, include dolphins, fish, sharks, turtles, seabirds, and crabs. Depletion of oxygen in seawater. This is another major issue that has been discussed at length during these years, and as excess debris in the ocean slowly degrades for many years, it uses oxygen to do so. Any substance that has to be degraded, oxygen is the main ingredient that is required to burn itself into smaller particles, resulting in less oxygen in the ocean. Low levels of oxygen in the ocean lead to the death of ocean animals such as penguins, dolphins, whales, and sharks. And also the excess nitrogen and phosphorus in seawater also causes oxygen depletion. When great deal of oxygen depletion occurs in an area of the ocean, it can become a dead zone. It can also be called as a dead sea, where very little marine life can survive. you understand the magnitude of this pollution by human, particularly fertilizers, pesticides. Then we have all kinds of detergents that we use in the day-to-day life. They all end up in our seas. They all end up and disturb our marine flora and fauna. This is we have to think it over, and we have to keep our eye open and work on the strategies how to dissociate ourselves from these kind of threats, uh, both for the marine, both for our land, as well as to the human generations to come in the future. Uh, Pollutants in the ocean make their way back to human. I was telling you about this biomagnification of mercury. There are other high things of, in fact, you can study this methyl mercury. That is the example I was talking about. Phytoplankton will absorb methyl mercury. Bacteria converted mercury carried down to the ocean surface. This makes it its way up the food chain. When zooplankton eat the phytoplankton, then small fish eat the zooplankton. The bigger fish eat the smaller fish. By the time you reach a fish the size of a swordfish, say for example, they can contain a very high mercury level. In fact, swordfish contains one of the highest mercury loads in our seas. A lot of people eat swordfishes. They are very tasty, they say, and enjoy it, particularly Japanese. These Far East people, they are all very fond of eating these fishes. And in Calcutta also I've seen a lot of people eating this. In the west coast we had these bobbed ducks. That is one thing that also loads a lot of mercury and other metals into its body. And it has been biomagnified by the way what I was telling to you. And these fish, if you they say that Bombay duck is a very delicacy for them. And all along the coast, people eat that. There is another variety called pamphlet. They love this fish, and they eat this fish in enormous quantities, and without knowing the consequences what they contain. A lot of works have been done by NIO Goa in this line. Now there are when I was in Ratnagiri, there were no industries on that coast, but still we were struggling with these oil spills and oil pollution, etc. Even oil contains heavy metals. The crude oil contains heavy metals. It is all been dug from the um, uh, ground. Our earth surface is also having the same kind of minerals, and even our seabed is also having the same kind of minerals all over, distributed in different fractions. So that in the process, they all spread onto the coastline. The coastline is enriched with a lot of flora and fauna in the marine ecosystem, because they'll have the river systems are also joining them. They are called estuaries. The estuaries are very rich in, they are the spawning grounds for most of the fishes, most of the animals, most of these seaborne animals. They come to the estuaries, and then to a certain extent into the freshwaters, and then they spawn there, and their offsprings they go back into the sea after they grow to a certain level. This is one of the major issues that we have to look into, and it is of high concern. That's why these world ocean days and etc. are being um, formulated, but the action plans that are being drawn are very bleak in action. Uh, the action plans are there, everything is there, but who will tie the belt to whom? This is the main question that we all ask. Everyone goes for awareness. Our Dr. Ravindra is doing an human surveys to the society by conducting these seminars non-stop to create awareness among the people. But still, people have they listen and then they say, okay, okay, then we'll have another session of this tomorrow and we'll enjoy. That is not the case. What we are struggling to tell the entire human population, that we have to have a mindset. We have to change our mindset to safeguard the our own environment, to safeguard ourselves. We are not seeing the sequences and consequences of our ill deeds on the environment. I'll put you some facts and facts about the ocean pollution. How much pollution is you think in the ocean? It will be in the ocean. Anyone can think. I'm just giving you a few pictures about it. The exact amount of pollution in the ocean is difficult to measure. It is very difficult because how do you measure pollution? If you take one load here in Pacific, then what is the load in Indian Ocean? What is Atlantic? What is so? How do you measure the oceans also? There are some measurements available for the because of today's intelligentsia. We have a lot of calculations that can be made, and we can study the satellite imagery studies are also being done by our GIS experts. They throw a lot of light on how to calculate all these things in day-to-day life. In recent past, uh, I studied in one of the papers recently. One recent study estimates that the world's oceans are polluted roughly by 171 trillion plastic particles. If if they are gathered together, if you gather together, it is 171 and will be roughly 2.3 million tons. These microplastics, tiny plastic particles, 2 inches or smaller, find their way into marine ecosystems and our waters. So I told you there is a another concern. There is a Great Pacific garbage patch that is discussed in different fora, at different areas. In what is this? So what is this Great Pacific garbage patch? You let me explain to you how it is. A garbage patch is a collection of litter, primary microplastics in the North Pacific Ocean, and is actually composed of two separate large patches. The western garbage patch found near Japan, and the eastern garbage patch found between Hawaii and California. The GPGP is the biggest but not the only garbage patch. The Atlantic and Indian Ocean are home to trash vortexes, and smaller bodies of water are also developing them. So you can imagine all the seven seas that we have will one day be only garbage patches. That is my concern. Dead zones are areas of water where sea life cannot survive due to the reduction in oxygen levels. I told you in the previous case, this is due to the excess nutrients that are run off from the our farmlands, and even in our household pesticides, etc., etc. They all contribute to the nitrogenous waste, and then phosphorus. These two components, they form they make the cesspools. They are the contributors for purification of the rivers, purification of our lakes, purification of our seas. Everything will be purified. And finally, you will have only no oxygen places. That is, these algae, which encourage the growth of algae blooms. The nitrogen and phosphorus, if they are in high quantities, you can see the red algae blooms, green algae blooms. Then these algae blooms are consume a lot of oxygen and block sunlight to oxygen. They block the sunlight to oxygen producing underwater plants. They don't allow, they form a big thick film over the water surface. We see a lot of in our lakes, we see that water deck. Uh, that is also one of the major weed that is created, that is also polluting because of the that also strives on nitrogen and phosphorus in wherever that is present in large quantities. These plants, they grow profusely there and obstruct the sunlight to pass through the waters and the underwater plants and animals. They will be devoid of what you call the oxygen that they require for their uh, propagation. That happens in seas also. So and then they become the dead seas. We have one dead sea in somewhere in Russian continent. Uh, these are the that may be due to the volcanic eruptions and other things. That is a natural process, but we are adding to the natural processes. In due course, we will have a lot of dead seas in our near future. Given the long-term disastrous effects of ocean pollution, anything we can do to avoid contaminating our seas is a good idea. But with a few small changes to our daily routine, we can all do our part to help reduce the amount of pollution going into our oceans. Here, I'm throwing some of the small, whatever I felt like I'm throwing those things to you. I'm putting forward here. You can add on. You can add on many things into this. Uh, Ocean pollution solutions that you can make to make a difference that by each individual of us can make a small dent into our environment to safeguard our environment. Reduce chemical fertilizer use. Excess chemical fertilizer eventually makes its way into the oceans. Choose organic fertilizers, which tend to be lower in nutrients, and use them at half strength and half as often as suggested. Opt for reusable bottles and utensils. We all used to use this in our childhood. I've seen as a 7-year-old boy, I used to go with my grandmother to marriages and other places. We used to carry our own tumbler for water and never demanding any water bottle or any water, this plastic water cans or anything like that. And then in some cases, my grandmother used to also carry a marachambu, they call it as it is a container having water specifically brought from our house to the place where we are going for some feast or something, whatever it is, say a function, wherever it is. If you have to eat in someone's place, you have to have your own bottle you should carry. That is the utensil you have to carry with you with water. Plus, you should have your own tumbler, your own glass for your drinking water. That was the practice that was there. Gradually, that practice has been diminished. Now we go wherever we go, we see this plastic small bottles, and then you have plastic glasses, which are one-time use once. These plastic bottles, at least you can use it, reuse it n number of times, and finally, if it doesn't use, you can make holes on it, and then you can put water and spray to the small plants. You can make a small spray bottle. You can use it till it gets disintegrated. It doesn't disintegrate for thousands of years. So what you have to do, you give it to a shredder. You shred it and make it into smaller pieces. Our Prime Minister Narendra Modi wears a blue jacket. How many of you have seen this blue half half waist coat? That coat is made of uh, plastic thread. Futura polymers from Chennai. They take this plastic, shredded plastic, and they make it into thread. This has been sent to some southern places. There is one place in near Coimbatore. They make hosiery out of it, out of these plastic thread. They found out one way, and our prime minister is an ambassador for this. He is wearing that blue. You would have seen in some of his visits to. Recently, he was in Papua New Guinea, where he was wearing this coat. That coat is made of plastic thread, recycled plastic thread. So we also have to follow him in certain ways. So this is how we have to look for alternatives for how we'll get out of this menace of plastic. Single-use plastic bottles, eating utensils, straws are massive ocean polluters. Rather than contributing to the threat to our marine life, opt for reusable bottles and utensils. Can't we carry a small, instead of this bottle, can't we carry a small steel bottle for our use? We can do that. Still we don't. Our mindsets have to change for this. We are deprived of mindset. So we have to reconstruct our mindset and follow the line of action that are being suggested to us, or we can work out our own ways and means for making our environment better and educate others, see the change, and educate others to perform it in a better fashion, to safeguard our own environment, our neighbors' environment, our neighbors' environment. That means our trees, our rivers, our lakes, our earth. We have to put in a lot of effort. Uh, First thing is mindset. If we have a proper mindset, everything will come in line with our action. That is my I always insist on the change in mindset can only solve these problems by and large. That is my humble request to all my viewers and listeners that let us all change our attitude towards a positive thinking, that we try to strive to save our earth, save our planet, planet Earth, and its all resources for our future generations to enjoy them as we enjoy them today. We also have to look into reusable straws made from silicon or metal are a great option to use as well. When using reusable bottles, uh, free or glass bottles are the best, BPA free. And we can also look for other options like bamboo. The bamboo industry is diminished by and large now, but in olden days they used to carry water in bamboo bottles. They used to make bamboo bottles. I remember them in collecting them in Calcutta when I went in 1987 for a conference there. They were giving water in those bamboo bottles. I was fascinated and collected some and brought home and kept in my exhibition for alternative to plastics during 2003.
Raidu Garu,
Sir.
sorry to interrupt. The other speaker is waiting actually.
Okay, okay. I'll conclude in 5 minutes, right? I'll conclude with my yeah.
Maybe after this session we can also take up.
I'll try that, but I doubt with this for the opportunity I also say that properly dispose of plastic and other trash. One of the simplest ways to reduce ocean pollution is to properly dispose of plastic and other recyclable materials so that they don't end up in the ocean. In outdoor spaces such as beaches and parks, dispose of the trash in secure receptacles or take it home with you. And please make a change in our attitude to help ourselves in protecting our own resources. Gandhi, finally, by concluding, saying Gandhiji has said that nature has provided us everything for our need, not for our greed. Thank you very much. Good day.
Thank you, Raidu Garu, for
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I'll join for the question answer meet again.
Sure, sir. After 9, we will take it up.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for joining and contributing. We will take it up Q&A after our
Other speakers.
next session.
Yeah.
So,
thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions, and kindly join us after
Yes,
9
yes,
o'clock.
sir. Sure, sure, sir. Sure. I'll be listening to this lecture also.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
you. So, we have with us our invited guest, Dr. Sheikh Mohammed Hussain. He is a professor and head, Department of Geology, and also director, research schemes and projects, and served as ex-dean student affairs and ex-chairman, School of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences from University of Madras, Hindi campus, Chennai, India. And he has various academic credits, like he has presented various research publications in various national and international journals. And he has a lot of academic credits to his profile. Already we have delayed, so I will not take much time, and I will hand over the session to our invited guest for the topic significance of ostracoda microfossil in the studies of environmental and high energy marine events, case histories from off Chennai coast and Andaman Islands. We welcome you, sir, for accepting our invitation and joining us on this fourth day of 1 week international conference. We welcome you. Over to you for your session, sir. Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much, sir, for your nice introduction. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So good evening to all of you. So at the outset, I profusely thank the organizers in general, and Professor D. Venkatreddy Garu also is there. Thank you very much, sir. So for having given me the opportunity to give a brief insight about the microfossils, particularly my field of specialization, that is ostracods, to just say a few words on few things on microfossils and ostracods, how they are helpful in understanding the environmental aspects of the earth. So let me just share.
You can make it full screen, sir.
Yeah. So is it visible, sir?
Yes, sir. Kindly make it full screen.
I have made it. Is it visible full screen?
No, it's still in slide mode.
Okay.
Can try once again, sir, making it full screen.
Shall I close and try once again?
Yes, sir. You can stop sharing and once again try sharing.
Yeah, are you able to see the slides, sir?
Yes, sir.
I'm just maximizing it. Are you able to see the full screen?
No, sir. I think this is also fine. You can continue. I think there is some technical issue.
Okay. I'm doing
Please
it.
continue, sir. No problem.
Wait, it's not coming.
Sir, you are muted, sir. It's okay, sir. You can continue. This is also fine.
This is okay, no, sir?
Ah.
Once again, a very good evening to all the participants and the organizers. And the title of my today's presentation is the importance of osteopods. So they are the microfossils in the study of environments and also a high energy marine event. I just would like to explain these two issues, two aspects, by taking a couple of case histories. One is from off the coast of Chennai, and the other one is from Andaman Islands. For the benefit of non-geologists, I just would like to give a brief geo-events that have taken place in the history of the Earth. We know that our Mother Earth is originated about 4,600 million years ago. That time the Earth, Moon and other planets have been formed. The Earth's magnetic field is also formed simultaneously during the same time. 3,500 million years ago, first permanent crust. Prior to that, the crustification of the Earth has not taken place, and this is the first permanent crust has been formed. So the 3,500 million years ago, the Earth's atmosphere with carbon dioxide was there. That is the reason why on the Earth, the life started, the origin of the life has taken place about 2,500 million years onwards only. Why? Because sufficient amount of oxygen was not there in the Earth's atmosphere. And approximately from 3,300 million years to 2,500 million years only, the sufficient amount of oxygen in the Earth's atmosphere appeared, and thereby the prokaryotic organisms like algae, bacteria, virus, etc., they start appearing. And after that, you start getting the eukaryotic organisms like the other sponges, the invertebrates, then the vertebrates, then the other kinds of flora and other things they appear. So 2005, that particular period, 2,500 million years, is considered as a period of oxygen revolution in the history of the Earth. 2,300 million years, first large-scale glaciation on the Earth has taken place. And then after that, about 700 to 600 million years ago, major glaciation affecting every continent has taken place. And in general, totally there were 5 major mass extinctions that have taken place in the history of the Earth. and all these extinctions, the main cause is the volcanic eruption only. But in addition to that, the glaciation also is one of the culprits. Then 480 million years, first freshwater fish and plants, and 420 million years ago, first land plants that have appeared, and 400 million years ago, the age of fishes. During this time, the fishes were dominant in the oceanic environment that existed. And 250 million years ago, mass extinction in marine life. Then at the approximate age of 270 million years ago, the supercontinent Pangaea started, it has formed and it started disarticulation. The breaking up of these Pangaeas commenced, and thereby the different continents have formed, the Gondwana land and the Laurasia, like that. And then 220 million years ago, the dinosaurs, they appeared on the earth. Then they were dominant during the Jurassic time. And at the end of the Mesozoic, that is at the end of the Cretaceous, these dinosaurs, they totally wiped out. Then they became the extinct organisms, extinct land organisms. At the same time, the extinct marine organisms, invertebrates, are the ammonites, which belong to phylum Mollusca. So that is the one. And 120 million years ago, India split from Africa and Antarctica. It began moving in the north direction. And of course, even we know that there are about 10 to 12 major plates. In addition to several micro plates are also there on the earth. The earth is divided into. And these tectonic plates are continuously moving. They are in motion. They are not static, they are the dynamic one, motion. And even our Indian subcontinent is moving at a speed of 4.5 centimeter per annum in northeasterly direction, even now. So it has been estimated by the geophysicists and other geologists. Our Indian subcontinent is moving at a velocity at a speed of 4.5 centimeter per annum and moving in a northeasterly direction. 65 million years ago, mass extinction has taken place, as I told you. This is the last mass extinction, very nearest mass extinction that has taken place at the end of the Cretaceous. During this time only, the dinosaurs, the heavy, large animals on the land, they disappeared, and the invertebrates, ammonites, in the sea, in the marine environment, they disappeared. Then 3 million years ago, Antarctica, it got isolated. South America moved apart, and then last pieces of Gondwana land break apart. Climate got cooled drastically, dramatically, and the first hominids, they first appeared. Those are Australopithecus, and even in Indian region also we have Ramapithecus, Sugripithecus, like that. Those earliest human fossil skeletons were recorded. And 2 million years ago, major glaciation, and 1 million years ago, Homo erectus dispersed from Africa and to different continents. And finally, at the peak of the last glaciation, 18,000 years ago, the last glacial maxima, we call it. So that was a cold period, and after that, now we are in the warm period. So during the Pleistocene time, glacial and interglacial periods have taken place, and this 18,000 years is considered the last glacial maxima, LGM. And after that, now we are in the warm period. Yeah, this is in general, as I told you, 4,600 million years, so and so, so and so. That is, as a whole, the Earth's history, Earth's geological time scale has been divided into eons, the major time units. We call them as Precambrian eon, which has got two divisions, Archean eon and Proterozoic eon. During Archean eon only, there is no life. There was no life. That is called as Azoic. And in the Proterozoic eon, we have got the very primitive life, that is prokaryotic forms like bacteria, algae, virus, etc. And in the Phanerozoic eon, we have got Paleozoic, Mesozoic, Cenozoic. And this is the Cambrian explosion the life explosion, organic explosion has taken place. From this period onwards only, you start getting all the invertebrates and other things like brachiopoda, pelecypoda, gastropoda, cephalopoda, and coelenterates, echinoderms, all those forms. In addition to that, we have started getting the other fishes and then amphibians, and then start getting the plants also, and then reptiles. And then during the Carboniferous period, there was a huge vegetation, and that vegetation was the main cause for today's coal deposits. These are all called the Gondwana coal deposits, we call them as. Our Andhra Pradesh Singareni coal is because of this Carboniferous plant or vegetation only. And then during this time only, the Pangaea, the largest supercontinent. Prior to that, there were other supercontinents were also there, but this was the last considered known supercontinent, Pangaea. It started breaking up. And then after that, you have got the Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous, Mesozoic time. And not only the life, the appearance and disappearance of the life, there were several orogenic activities have also taken place in the history of the Earth. The orogenic activities like the formation of the Appalachian Mountains, and then Sierra Nevada Mountain, Rockies Mountains, and then formation of the Alps, Alpine orogeny, and then Himalayan orogeny. And Himalayan orogeny is considered as the recent orogenic activity that has taken place on the history on the Earth. Then we have got the humans and other things. So this particular figure tells you the appearance and disappearance of the various invertebrate and vertebrate forms, and also the several orogenic activities.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you. Slides are not changing, sir.
Yeah. Now, sir?
No, sir, we are still seeing the first slide.
Oh, first slide only, that's the problem. Huh? Okay. How to do it then?
You can click on this slide, sir. Now.
Okay. Moving, sir?
Yes, sir.
Please confirm me whether the slides are moving or not.
Yes, sir. Slides are moving. We are on the first slide. Now landmarks in.
Okay. All these things I have explained.
Yes.
All these things I have explained. This slide also just now I have completed.
Yes, sir. Birth and death.
Yeah.
Now we are on fossil records.
Fossil record. Yes, that's fine. So the same one. So this is during the Phanerozoic eon. That is, we have got the Paleozoic and Mesozoic and Cenozoic. During this time only the Cambrian explosion, the appearance of the life. As I told you, you have the Brachiopoda, Trilobita, Echinodermata, Pelecypoda, Gastropoda, Cephalopoda, and other things. And you have got the coelenterates, corals are also there. And then during this Carboniferous, the vegetation. So symbolic important forms are only represented here in this figure. So you have got the dinosaurs, and reptiles are also there. And reptiles got evolved into aves, that is birds. The birds. Then we have got in the tertiary time, we have got the mammals. And among the mammals, we have got the horse, elephants, then rhinoceros, all these things. Then during the quaternary time only, the humans they reached to their peak. So this is the just a life evolution showing the during different geological time periods. So as a whole, as I told you, that even though the Mother Earth is originated about 4,600 million years ago, and the life on the Earth appeared on 2,500 or 2,000 million years onwards only. Why? Because prior to that, there was no sufficient oxygen in the Earth's atmosphere. So after that, the life started appearing. From that period to till date, whatever the life is there, that is being classified into two categories. One is the past life, which we call it as paleontology. It is being studied through fossils. Fossils, that is known as paleontology. Paleo means ancient, ontos means life, logos means sign. Signs of ancient life. Whereas whatever the life that existed now, the present life, whatever the animals may be there, plants are there, or microbes are there, whatever are living or whatever we are seeing now, they are called as neontology, that is existing life. So past life, then within this paleontology, we have got past plant life and past animal life. So like that, this past life is being studied only with the help of the fossils. Unless and otherwise we have the, had we not have the fossils, we would not have come to know about the existence of the past life in the geological time period, whether it may be a fauna or flora. So that is being studied. In addition to that, there is another thing is micropaleontology. Micro means small, tiny. Paleontology means ancient life, ancient. So the organisms which are very small in size, and they are called as microfossils. And their microfossils are of different kinds. So actual definition of microfossil is study of microscopic fossils. Why? Because they are very small in size, in millimeter or in micron size. And hence we cannot study with our naked eye. We need to have a stereo binocular microscope. So there are different groups of microfossils, and these microfossils, even though they are very small in size in millimeter and microns, but they give a mighty information about the past environment. Very reliable and very trustworthy information, or very reliable, very mighty mega information about the past climate or past environment of the earth. So there are different groups of microfossils, like the calcareous forms, siliceous forms, phosphatic forms. So this is this classification is mainly based upon the skeleton, with which these particular microfossils are made up of. Based upon the chemical composition of the skeleton of these microfossils, this type of classification has been made. So let me not go into the details of these things. Why? Because there are many non-geologist people are there. So that is why if I start going into the details, they get confused. They will not be able to understand. So this classification, groups of classification or types of classification of microfossils is mainly based upon the chemistry of the skeleton or the shell with which these microfossils are composed of. So these are all some of the SEM photographs of these calcareous microfossils. We have foraminifera, osteropoda, and then nanoplanktons, and then siliceous forms like radiolaria, diatoms, and the phosphatic forms like conodonts. And you do have organic world microfossils, which are plant derived, like spores and pollen grains, acritars, dinoflagellates, like that. These are all the organic world microfossils are particularly, they are very, very tiny. Their size is in microns, 10 to the power of -6 meters. So these are all. And this is one benthic foraminifera, bolivina. You can see the cluster of the benthic foraminifera is a life form. It is not a fossil. And similarly, this is a planktonic foraminifera. This is a life form. This is unilocular or unicellular form. It's a life form. You can see the cilia or flagella around it. You can see the protoplasm and everything inside. So it is the photograph is taken under a stereo binocular microscope. A planktonic foraminifera live one, which is a Arbulina universa, the name of that one. So as I told you, these microfossils are very small in size. They cannot be seen with your naked eye, and hence you need to have a stereo binocular microscope. This microscope is invented by Otto Leeuwenhoek in the 1660, and after that only the study of micropaleontology has gained its momentum. In order to have a clear understanding about these microfossils, and in order to avoid the ambiguity or any confusion or any overlapping of naming of these ones, and the binomial nomenclature concept has been introduced by Carl Linnaeus in his book Systema Natura, published in 1758. These two are the milestone things in the study of microfossils. Why say microfossils are so significant when compared to megafossils? We have several megafossil groups are there. Invertebrate megafossils are there, vertebrate megafossils are there. Even then, microfossils, why they are so important is because of their ubiquitous presence in sediments, because of their small size, because of their sensitivity in any kind of change in the environmental aspects. Any slight change in the environment, it reflects on the morphology and biodiversity of the microfossils. So it will be reflected and it can be very well seen. So these are all some of the aspects. Due to that, these microfossils are very significant. As I told you, there are several groups of microfossils, and in calcareous, we have got the Ostracoda, Foraminifera, Bryozoa, like that, and they are found to occur in the. This is a geological age of individual groups of microfossils. They are found to occur in the entire Phanerozoic eon, whereas some forms like conodonts, for example, they appeared in Cambrian, but they become disappeared by the end of the Triassic. So like that, they have got their own specific geological range in time through which we identify the age of the older sediments. This is based upon the distribution of these microfossils in different sediments, in different period sediments, we identify the age of the sediments. So this particular figure shows you the geological age of different groups of microfossils. Now, this is a stereo binocular microscope. This is with the help of this microscope, some millimeter-sized microfossils can be identified. Whereas to identify the micron-sized forms like spores, pollen grains, diatoms, and other things, nanoplanktons and other things, this microscope will not be helpful. Modern polarized light microscope, we have to go for that. So these are all some of the microscopes which we generally use in the study of micropaleontology. And the scanning electron microscope is very much, this is the latest advanced and sophisticated microscope. With the help of this, even though the microfossil size is 0.5 or 1 millimeter, we can magnify the specimen, size of the photograph. We can take a photograph and magnify up to 5,000 times, 10,000 times, and 20,000 times, even 50,000 times we can magnify and take the ultra wall structure photograph. Thereby we can, any kind of ambiguity or taxonomic identification error is there, that can be minimized with the help of this particular scanning electron microscope photographs. There are different groups of microfossils, as already I told you. There are calcareous, siliceous, phosphatic, and organic world. Accordingly, and according to their skeletal composition, they'll be occurring abundantly in different types of sediments. Sandstones, generally these type of foraminifera and other things, they will be abundant. Whereas all organic world forms, they'll be more abundant in the organic type of sediments like coal, lignite, and other things, they'll be occurring more. So suppose if it is a siliceous form, they'll be occurring more in the chert and other things. Cherts, flints, and other things. Siliceous forms like radiolarians, they'll be occurring more. So like that, depending upon the type of the microfossil, accordingly they will be occurring more in their respective sediment type. Now come to ostracods. Ostracods is my field of specialization. I have been working on ostracods from past more than 2.5 to 3 decades, and I have done extensive research work on ostracods from the coast of Tamil Nadu, not only on the beach environment, but also in the offshore environment, and also the marginal marine environments like the backwaters and the estuaries, and also the mangrove environments, and also the freshwater lake, and then ponds, pools. And from this environment also I have done ostracod study, and we have established several species of ostracods, and the new species also we have established, and they are all being published in the International Ostracod Catalog published by the US Natural Museum, United States Natural History Museum. In those catalogs it has been published. And let us come to the brief introduction about ostracods, how they look like, and what are their important characters. Ostracods are they belong to calcareous group of microfossils, and their size ranges from 0.5 to 1 millimeter. 1 millimeter, and they resemble just like two valves. That is called as carapace. When both the valves are attached together, they are intact together, we call it as carapace, and their geological range in time is Cambrian to Ordovician, Cambrian to recent, but Cambrian osteropods are not that well reported, and authenticated geological age is from Ordovician to recent. Of course, whatever it may be, in the entire Phanerozoic eon, the osteropods are being recorded. As far as the habit is concerned, osteropods are mostly benthic forms. They are the bottom dweller organisms, and some are vagrant are also there, some are sessile, and some forms are infaunal. That means these, even though they are 0.5, 1 millimeter in size, with the help of their appendages, they are able to drill the sediments and live inside the marine or sea oceanic beds. They are called the infaunal. Some are epifaunal forms, and some nectons are also there. We don't have plankton osteropods. Nectonic forms are there. So that means, osteropods, they will have two valves intact together, carapace. Inside the body will be there, and the body consisting of different appendages. With the help of the appendages, the animal is able to swim in the water column. And because of their swimming habit, we call them as nectons. And as far as the habitat is concerned, osteropods are found to occur in all kinds of aquatic environment, starting from freshwater lakes, ponds, pools, rivers, streams, etc., and brackish water environment like backwaters, coils, estuaries, mangrove environments, like that, lagoons, etc. And also in the marine environment. Marine environment osteropods are dominant. They are found to occur from shallow marine to deep marine, from the littoral environment to neritic, bathyl, abyssal, and even in the trench hadal zone also they are found to occur. In the volcanic vents also they are being recorded. Okay, so this picture photograph tells you, so this is a river and environment. When river comes and meets the sea, estuary is there, and in the estuarine environment, in the upstream, this riverine environment also osteropods are there, lagoonal environment. Not only that, interestingly, osteropods are being recorded from the intestines of fishes. They are being reported from the intestines of fishes. Even in any forest, humid soil is also there. There also osteropods are also being recorded and observed. And as far as the marine environment is concerned, starting from shallow marine to deep marine and up to hadal or trench zone, that deep marine also, environment also, they are found to occur. And as far as osteropods are concerned, they will not grow continuously and develop the shell. As they grow continuously, they sheds out the external shell and creates a new shell. That process is called as molting or ecdysis. As the snake sheds out the external skin, in a similar fashion, osteropods, they sheds out the extra molting or ecdysis, and there are about 8 stages will be there. Generally, in a pristine environment, there will be 8 growth stages will be there, and 9th one will be the adult form. Suppose the environment gets polluted, either through oil leak or through any industrial discharge or any domestic or sewage, whatever it may be, the environment gets polluted. Under those circumstances, the osteropods, they cannot grow every stage. They at one particular point of time, they die out. So you don't get all the growth stages. So it depends upon the kind of environment. Then we do have, even though they are very small in size, and there are sexual dimorphisms. So male osteropods are also there, female osteropods are also there. We need some expertise in order to differentiate a male form and a female form. Then any group of organism, any type of organism, they are being controlled by certain ecological parameters. The ecological parameters are of physical, chemical, and biological parameters. And ecology is nothing but the study of organisms and its surrounding the parameters. The physical parameters, chemical and biological parameters, out of which certain significant parameters let us see. And just by studying these parameters, and we can just go to a particular area, collect the osteropods, collect the environmental sample, water samples, sediment samples, and then correlate, and thereby we can discuss the ecology. This is how we do the ecological studies of osteropods. Once the ecological database is ready, then we can extrapolate to the older sediments and discuss the paleoecology or paleoenvironment. Unless and otherwise we have the ecological database of a particular group of organisms, we cannot establish the paleoecology or paleoenvironment. So ecological database data set is very, very essential. If that database is not there, we cannot study the paleoecology or paleoenvironment or paleoclimate of a particular area, older sediments. Let us see the parameters one after another. First, the temperature. As I told you, we have the tropical environment, the equatorial region. And as we move away from the 20 degrees south or 20 degrees north, then we get the temperate environment. Still further north and further south, we go to colder environment, like the Arctic environment, Antarctic environment, colder environment. So from the equator to the polar regions, we have got the diversified arthropod assemblage. So the temperature is controlling. The temperature controlled arthropod assemblage is recorded. They are found. So we have got the cyclospheric form. Cyclospheric means cold water, deep marine environment. As you go beyond 500 meters of water depth or 1000 meters of water depth, the water becomes colder. Deep water becomes colder. So those deep cold water forms, we call them as cyclospheric forms. And the cold water, shallow marine forms, as you see near the Arctic and Antarctic regions, cryophilic form. Warm water, shallow marine, these are all the equatorial or tropical environment forms, thermophilic forms. So like that, the temperature is one of the important parameters which controls the diversity and distribution and abundance of arthropods. There is one species, one genus in arthropoda known as Heterocypris. It has got a capability of withstanding the temperature of 50 degrees centigrade. Such a high temperature it is able to withstand. And when you collect the arthropods, these arthropods, when you analyze isotopically, O18 and C13, that particular stable isotope data, it gives you an information with regard to the paleosalinity and paleotemperature of a particular environment. So like that, we can study. Then similarly, the salinity is another important parameter. And as we move from freshwater to brackish to marine, the salinity increases. Salinity of the water increases. And similarly, we have got the freshwater assemblage, brackish water assemblage, shallow marine, and deep marine assemblage. So like that, accordingly, we classify them into oligohaline species, mesohaline assemblage, and then euhaline assemblage. Euhaline assemblage is nothing but exclusively the marine forms, where the salinity of the water will be more than 30 parts per 1000 ppt. And when you open up these arthropods, two valves, internally it look like this, just like pelecypods. Internally it look like this, and hinge here, both the valves are get attached, and internally muscle scars will be there. And these muscle scars will help the arthropods to open up and to close. When they get open, because of the contraction, they close. Because of the expansion of the muscles, the valves get opened. When the valves get opened, the appendage will come out. The appendages will come out, and if they need food, the appendage go and catch the prey food. Then they feed on algae. They mostly feed on algae and diatoms, and they catch that food, and then mastication is done by mastication of the food is done by several appendages. And also, if the arthropod want to move from one place to the other, as I told you, they are the vagrants. Some are sessile and some are vagrants. And if they want to move with the help of the appendages only, they are able to walk on the seabed or oceanic bed or river bed or whatever it may be. And some nectons, with the help of the appendages, they are able to swim in the water column and migrate or move to other locations. So these are all some of the arthropod SEM photographs, where you can see how externally they look like. Beautiful ornamentation you can see. This is the ornamental feature. Some of the arthropods, they don't have any ornamentation, devoid of ornamentation. Smooth forms will be there. The ornamental features will be like tubercles, reticules, spines, and these alar and other thing like that, this is the ornamental features. And of course, this ornamental features has got some importance. The kind of the environment, the kind of the ornamental feature, it reflects on the type of the sediment in which they live. Suppose the type of the sediment is a coarse grained sediment like sand, and it develops ridges and strong ridges like this. And if the type of the sediment is muddy, like silty, clayey, and other things, it develops feeble ribs like this. Feeble things. And the type of, and sometimes smooth forms, they thrive in the silty or muddy type of the substrate. So directly you can correlate. You study the form and its ornamentation, and you can directly say that what kind of, whether it's a coarse grained sediment or a medium grained sediment or a fine grained sediment, like that we can identify. So hinge also, similarly hinge also. Here I would like to tell you two things. One is adorned hinge is a very simple hinge. Generally, the freshwater forms, they will have adorned hinge, simple attachment. Just both the valves, they get attached simply. Why? Because there won't be much turbulence, much agitation. In the freshwater environment, organisms will have adorned hinge, and also the deep marine water forms will have adorned hinge. Why? Because there won't be much current action, there won't be much movement. Whereas amphidont or entomodont hinge structure, which is a highly complex hinge structure, complicated hinge structure that can be seen in the shallow inner shelf neritic assemblage, will have this type of. Why? Because the organisms which are living in the shallow neritic assemblage, because of the current, underwater current action, they are able to withstand themselves firmly. Fixation takes place because of the amphidont hinge structure. Whereas merodont hinge structure you can see in the brackish water environment, marginal marine environment we can see. So if you see if you collect the older sediments, separate out the microfossils, just by studying the hinge structure alone, we can say that whether it is a freshwater environment in which these sediments are deposited, or it is a brackish water sediments, or it is a marine sediments. We can directly, without identifying the species, just by studying the hinge alone, we can deduce or infer that what kind of environment it was, we can identify. Well, environment we can identify. Similarly, salinity and depth correlation is there. Like this also is helpful. And marine forms, shallow marine forms and deep marine forms, what kind of morphological features they will have, that also already I have shown you. See the amphidont hinge, pore canals, all these things, ornamental features. So shallow marine forms will have a certain type of morphological features. Deep marine forms, they will have a certain type. Deep marine forms, see, they are smooth and also thin carapace. Why? Because sufficient amount of calcium carbonate will not be available in the deep marine environment. That is why the carapace is very thin. Whereas here the carapace is very thick, shallow marine. Why? Because calcium carbonate content is available in the CCD level. Below CCD level, no sufficient carbon dioxide, calcium carbonate content will not be available. And similarly, the deep marine forms, they are blind arthropods. No eyes will be there. Why? Because there is no sunlight penetration. When sunlight penetration is not there, automatically the organism, the arthropods, they become blind. These are all some of the parameters which I have already explained. And differentiation between the deep marine forms and shallow marine forms, how morphologically and how the other parameters they differ. That I have. And this is with regard to the substrate, which I have already explained. The sandy substrate, muddy substrate, silty, clayey substrate, and some are informal forms like that. Accordingly, the ecological parameters will be available and they vary. And then these are all some of the physical parameters like substrate, depth, and other things. Chemical parameter like salinity, dissolved oxygen, temperature. And then the third important parameter is biological parameter. So any organism is also being controlled by biological parameter. For example, predation is one of the important parameters. Predation is nothing but a higher organism comes and attacks the lower organisms. Generally, this is a natural phenomenon occurring everywhere. The higher organism comes, attacks the lower organisms for want of its food. So similarly, in osteropods also, the gastropods will come, attacks the osteropods, and they make a hole and eats away the soft parts without damaging and destroying the entire shell. Just the drill. Gastropods will come in the marine environment, make a small hole, eats away the soft parts, and then they go. So like that, that is a predation is a negative impact one, thereby the lower organism biodiversity are that decreases, diminishes, and there are two kinds of predation takes place. One is deep water marine environment, that is called as muristic predation. Shallow water marine environment, naticid predation. How we identify is just by the oblique hole on the osteropod. I'll show you the photograph. Oblique hole on the osteropod carapace and vertical hole in the. If it is a vertical hole, and also the hole shape will be very circular or semicircular. Whereas in case of deep marine environment, the hole will be oblique and also the shape is irregular shape. Thereby we can identify and differentiate deep predation has taken, deep marine water predation has taken place, or shallow marine water predation has taken place. Not only the gastropods, some barnacle organisms, barnacles are there. They also predate the gastropods. They also predate the osteropods. They feed on osteropods. Other than that, certain statistical parameters are there, and these parameters, of course, not only in order to study the paleo environment of a particular area, and also those parameters will be helpful in identifying the hydrocarbon potentiality of the sedimentary deposits. By studying these parameters, we can say that those sediments are having the petroleum potential, hydrocarbon potential is there or not, we can identify. So these are all some of the parameters through which we can identify the hydrocarbon potentiality of the sediments and also the paleo environmental conditions of those particular sedimentary basins. Color pattern. In a generally pristine environment, generally osteropods, they occur in a pale yellow, light colored and milky white colored one. And when the environment changes to oxic to suboxic or anoxic environment, anoxic means no oxygen. Suboxic means little oxygen in the sedimentary environment, or oxic means it is a purely good amount of sufficient amount of oxygen will be available. Under those circumstances, the carapace color will be pale yellow, milky white, light colored one. Whereas in the suboxic or anoxic environment, the color of the osteropod carapace, it turns to black, dark gray or green color, or sometimes it goes to brown color, red color, like that. Color changes. The color of the osteropod carapace changes. Just by studying the color of the carapace of osteropods alone, we can tell whether it is a oxic environment or a suboxic environment or a anoxic environment. That way we can identify. Generally, in order to form the hydrocarbons, or in order to generate, or in order to for the origin of the hydrocarbons, for the generation of the hydrocarbons, we need to have an anoxic environment in a sedimentary basin. That way we can identify not only the reduced environment or anoxic environment, but also in a sedimentary basin, we need to have a thick pile of sedimentation. A very big thick pile of continuous deposition of the sedimentation should be there. And all these microorganisms, phytoplanktons and zooplanktons, which have good amount of organic matter, after their death, they should go and settles down in the sediments, and complete sedimentation takes place. When the sedimentation takes place, there is a continuous deposition of the sedimentation and sediments. And the continuous deposition of the sedimentation can be identified from the carapace valve ratio. Carapace valve ratio is very, very important one, through which we can identify whether the sedimentation rate is rapid or a slow, or that way relative rate of sedimentation can be identified. How it can be identified is, I'll just briefly explain. You have a sedimentary basin. There, osteropods, they live. Say, for example, whether it may be a freshwater basin or a marine basin or whatever it may be, some good assemblage of osteropods are all there. And after the death of these osteropods, they go and dead osteropods, they settle down in the sediments, and continuous deposition of the sedimentation is there. And during that time, these osteropods carapace will be deposited as such because of the continuous deposition of the sediments. They will be deposited as such because of continuous deposition or continuous accumulation of the sediments. Suppose if the continuous deposition of the sedimentation is not there, these particular dead osteropods, they tend to get disarticulate themselves because of the bacterial action, because of the other kinds of environmental changes, current action or whatever it may be. They get disarticulated. When they get disarticulated, you get open valves more. Open valve occurrence will be more in a low rate of or a slow rate of sedimentation. Whereas continuous, whereas osteropod carapaces, as I told you, carapaces means they are both the valves intact. So both carapaces are more means it is a high rate of sedimentation or a continuous rate of sedimentation. So continuous rate of sedimentation or high rate of sedimentation is very much needed for the generation of the hydrocarbons, and also anoxic environment or a reduced environment is needed. These two parameters can be very well identified, can be very well inferred or studied with the help of the osteropods. Like that, other parameters are also there. For want of time, shall I take another 15 minutes, sir?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Okay. So, degree of pyritation is nothing but the pyrite crystals generally form in a reduced environment, and these pyrite crystals gets agglutinated or adhered on the osteropod carapaces. So, when you see the agglutinated pyrite crystal agglutinated carapace, it indicates it's a reduced environment. Similarly, the current index is also another important parameter. So, higher value of index, current index is nothing but, as I told you, there are juvenile to adult growth stages are there. These growth stages will give you an information with regard to littoral environment or lagoonal environment. Littoral environment, high value of index is observed, whereas low value of current index is seen in the lagoonal assemblage. So littoral environment is generally not favorable for the generation of the hydrocarbons. Why? Because in the littoral environment, there will be continuous motion of the sediments or movement of the water will be there. Whereas lagoonal assemblage is a stable one. So there only the deposition of the sediment and the accumulation or deposition of the organic matter takes place. So these are all some of the other parameters also. Let me go to the case history one. Keeping these parameters like carapace valve ratio, predation, color pattern, ornamentation, and keeping these parameters into consideration, we wanted to study what kind of micro environment existed from the coast of Chennai, that is Karikattukuppam, a small fishing hamlet it is, south of Chennai. We have undertaken a study, and in order to study the micro environment, keeping these parameters into consideration. And we have carried out a field work. This is the field map, and from Karikattukuppam shore up to a depth of about 50 meters, we have collected more than 50 meters. This is a 50-meter contour. Up to 60 meters, we have collected the samples by hiring a motor launch. And this is a motor launch, and this is the grab sampler. We use Peterson grab or mud grab, like that grab samplers we use, and we send the grab sampler inside the sea. And as it goes down and touches the bottom, it gets closed automatically. Why? Because the lever is released, and in the process of closing the grab, and it scoops the sediments and collects the bottom sediment, and that bottom sediment will be collected, and then the grab will be lifted, and then we collect the bottom sediment. And these bottom sediments will be analyzed for want of the osteropods and foraminifera or whatever it may be. And those micropaleontological study is done in the laboratory after bringing the sediment, the marine sediment, to the lab. So these are all the species which we have, osteropod species, which we have identified from those marine sediments. And the into mark put, they are the predated forms. These are all the predated forms. This is the checklist of the osteropod species which we have recorded from the coast of Karikattukuppam. And Generally, we do the seasonal sampling. Why? Because we are studying the ecological study, but for want of that, we collect the northeast monsoon, winter, summer, and southwest monsoon. Like that, seasonal sampling is done. Or sometimes, if it is required, monthly collection also sometimes we carry out. And all these samples, sediment samples, we analyze micropaleontologically. Osteropod species are identified, and they are also numerically counted. And we have also observed in carapace count as well as open valve count. Season wise, we have done that study. So this is the 4 seasons. This study is being carried out in the 1995-96 during that time. Northeast monsoon, winter, summer, and southwest monsoon. So this is the carapace count, numerical count, open valve count. So if you turn that, if you convert that into percentage, here we get more of open valve percentage rather than the carapace. Why? When more of open valves are present means it indicates it's a relatively slow rate of sedimentation. Had the percentage of carapace is more, it indicates this is a high rate of sedimentation. Here it is a more percentage of open valves are recorded because here off the coast of Karikattukupam, there is no noticeable stream or a river is flowing and bringing the sediment and debauching the sediments in the shelf environment. That is the reason why here we observe a high percentage of open valves. It is a very slow rate of sedimentation is reduced. This is a histogram showing the percentage, carapace and open valve ratio. So you can see more of open valves only, histogram. So these are the predated shells. And based upon that, we have come to a conclusion that the first parameter we have observed is the coloration of the color of the osteropod carapace. All the osteropod species which we have identified, they are white and pale yellow colored. It indicates that it is the sediments are deposited under normal oxygenated environment only. It is a normal oxidized environment only off the coast of Karikattukupam. And similarly, the carapace valve ratio, the open valves are more, thereby it is a slow rate of sedimentation. Why? Because similar kind of study we have also carried out off the coast of Tamarabani, of the Tuticorin area. There we have observed more than 80 to 85% of closed carapaces. That is a faster rate of sedimentation. There, Tamarabani river is bringing a lot of sediment, freshwater, continental terrestrial sediment and debauching into the marine environment. So like that, accordingly it varies. The percentage of carapace and open valve varies. And similarly, the ornamentation also we have taken into consideration. Thereby we have correlated and identified what kind of sediment it is, sandy silt or silt, like that we have also observed. Silty sand, sandy substrate. That also we have observed. And also the predation also we have taken into consideration parameter. And from that, we have observed a vertical predation, and also the shape of the predated is open, predated hole is circular or semicircular. It indicates it's a shallow environment. If it is a oblique hole and irregular shape means the shape of the hole means it is a deep marine. I have shown predation, mureseed, natisseed, like that. So here we have seen a vertical predation and semicircular hole. It indicates it's a shallow marine environment only. That data, it corroborates with our sample collection. The sample collection is less than 60 meters of water depth. So these parameters are also go hand in hand or corroborates with our results. See, this is the predation. You can see this is a vertical predation, circular or semicircular hole. And you can see the ornamental features and other things like that. So whatever these ecological parameters are taken into consideration in order to discuss the microenvironment, like that. Then come to the next case study. I will finish it off within about 10 to 15 minutes. Next one is the high energy, marine high energy event. That is nothing but the tsunami. Tsunami is a Japanese word which is called as harbor wave. And we have undertaken a small pilot study supported by DST. And immediately after the December 26, 2004 tsunami. And before going into the details, I just would like to tell you how a tsunami occur. See, there are different plates, as I already told you in the beginning. There are about 10 to 12 major plates in addition to several microplates. And these plates are of continental plates or oceanic plates like that. And these plates, which has got high density, it subducts. And when it is subducting, it gets ruptured at one particular point, thereby earthquake generates. If the earthquake of high intensity, more than 9, in the open oceanic environment takes place, the water which is present above it start dislocating. It start moving. The movement of this particular water in the open oceanic environment, that is called as tsunami. When the tsunami generates because of the high intensity earthquakes that have taken place in the open ocean because of the continental plate tectonic movements only. So when this is the point where the earthquake has generated epicenter and then focus. So the tsunami wave propagates, and in the open oceanic environment, when the tsunami starts propagating, it travels at a speed of 800 kilometers to 900 kilometers per hour. That is more than a speed of an aeroplane. It travels. As it travels, the tsunami wave will be wavelength will be more and wave height will be less. And as it progresses to the coast, the velocity reduces and wavelength reduces and wave height increases. But when it reaches the coast, there is no medium for the tsunami, this sea wave, to travel further. That is why whatever the energy it has accumulated, it debauches. The energy is being totally falls on the coastal hamlets or buildings or the coastal areas. So this is another pictorial one, 4,000 meters. This is the tsunami wavelength sheet from 50 meters, 110 meters. Tsunami wavelength is reduced and wave height is increased, and like that, the energy is debauched. So in the process, what happens is when it is traveling at a shallow depth, it starts scooping this marine sediment. in the shallow, at a depth of about 10 meter or 50 meter here, it started scooping the sediments, marine sediments, and it carries this marine sediment, the tsunami wave, and debauches and deposits on the coastal areas. And deposition of these marine sediment, it varies depending upon the topography of the area surrounding adjoining area. If the topography is flat, the marine sediments scooped by the tsunami wave travels to a greater distance. If the topography is elevated, then the tsunami sediments will not reach to the greater length, greater areas. This is the study we have undertaken. These are all some of the photographs. So in order to identify what is the amount of the sediment that is being, what is the amount of the sediment that is being scooped or carried by the 26 December 2004 tsunami, and what is the extent to which it is traveled, and what is the amount of thickness of the sediment that is being deposited on the coastal areas, particularly along the Andaman areas. We have carried out a particular study, a pilot study we have carried out, and done an extensive field work in the entire Andaman areas, starting from Little Andamans and the Port Blair area, Middle Andamans, and also the North Andamans, Mayabandar, Diglipur, those areas. And the extensive field work particularly has been carried out in Port Blair area, in and around Port Blair area. So we have done the field work in the month of May and to June 2004, and we have collected some samples, surface samples as well as subsurface samples, starting from 500 meters away from the coast and 700 meters away from the coast and 1,000 meters away from the coast. So at regular intervals, we have collected the samples. Now, not only the surface samples, subsurface samples also we have collected, and this is this collection of the core sample. With the PVC pipe, we have collected the core sample in the mangrove area of Middle Andamans. Similarly, this is collection of another core sample, shallow core sample with the help of the PVC pipe in the mangrove area of the Middle Andaman Baratang area. And very interestingly, land subsidence, because of land subsidence, land upliftment has also taken place. And the building which you are seeing, this is the first floor. The ground floor is totally got submerged. Land subsidence has taken place. The ground floor is, this is a newly constructed building in a place called Ramapuram, Mayabandar, North Andaman. And we have gone inside the building also, this newly constructed building. The entire staircase got crushed. We are not able to go to the ground floors. Only the first floor we could see. Totally the ground floor got subsided. Not only that, there is a connecting bridge, Kalighat Creek bridge is there, which connects the Diglipur and Mayabandar area. And it also got dislocated because of the intensity of the earthquake. See, this is the vertical displacement. This is the lateral horizontal displacement. This is the Kalighat Creek connecting the transportation facility got disrupted during that time. And the buses, they reached up to this. People started walking over the bridge and take another bus from this to go to Diglipur and areas. And because of this huge intensity of this tsunami, the mangrove vegetation got damaged. Extensive damage has taken place in the Baratang, Middle Andaman. You have got huge mangrove vegetation. And also the previous picture which I have shown is land subsidence and land upliftment are also taken place. That we have witnessed when we travel from one island to the other island by the boat, So we could see the tectonic uplifted corals. Corals we are able to see, and this is the photograph showing you the tectonic upliftment of the thing. And this is damage to the vegetation in South Andamans. And another thing is here, these are all the coastal, hamlets. These are the buildings. Because of the land subsidence, what has happened, the seawater has entered into the houses. And these people are forced to evacuate the residential, the people are forced to evacuate their houses. The saline water, the marine water, the seawater has entered into their houses. When we inquired with the local people, they say that the tsunami run-up is 7 meters. When the tsunami wave travels on the land, we call it as inundation, and the height to which it reaches is called as run-up. It was a 7-meter run-up we could notice in the Andamans area. And in the Middle Andaman Baratang, there are mud volcanoes, and these mud volcanoes got activated and mud started oozing out from this. And this mud also we have collected, but this mud is of older age, Cretaceous age, and we have collected those samples also. And these are all some of the field photographs. And here it is interesting. These are all the freshwater plants, freshwater trees. Because of the land subsidence, what has happened, the seawater has entered into that, and all the freshwater vegetation, it got died up and dried out. So whatever the samples which we have collected, all the samples we have analyzed for the foraminifera and osteropoda, and those samples have yielded the shallow marine foraminifera and osteropoda, shallow marine forms. These are all the species which we have recorded from Diglipur, Mayabandar, Baratang, Chidia Tapu, Vandur, Sipi Ghat, Jangli Ghat, like that. These are Havelock Islands. So all these islands we have collected the samples, and these are yielding the shallow marine forms. But the samples which we have collected are on the land, away from the coast, 700 meters, 1000 meters, like that. So on the land means we are supposed to get the freshwater osteropods, but we are getting the shallow marine forms, which are characteristic of about 40 to 50 meters of water depth. So that means these tsunami wave has scooped the shallow marine sediments and deposited on the coastal areas of these Andaman areas, Andaman coast. So that is the observation or inference we have drawn. And the extent to which they have traveled is up to 1 kilometer or 1.5 kilometers. The tsunami wave has brought the marine sea sediments are deposited. And the thickness of the sediment that got deposited is, it varies from 15 to 25 centimeter. 15 to 25 centimeter, that is being observed in the core sample. That thickness is observed in the core sample. Why? Because this type of data is very much needed. And when we go for the older sediment, paleo tsunami sediments, thereby we can identify the recurrence interval of the tsunamis also can be identified. Recurrence interval of the tsunamis can also be recorded. So these are all the species which we have recorded, and that particular study is being published in the Current Science way back in 2006 itself. So similarly, along the coast of Tamil Nadu also we have carried out at different places, particularly a vulnerable locality, that is Vedaranyam, Nagapattinam, Velangani, Kadalur area. It is very vulnerable for the tsunami, and then those areas also we have carried out the field work, particularly near a place called Velangani. We have opened a trench, a pit is being opened, a shallow pit is being opened, and we have collected the samples starting from the bottom to the top. And when we collected the samples analyzed for foraminifera and arthropods, the bottom layer at a depth of 111 to 130 centimeter, we have recorded the fossils, shallow marine fossils, and similarly, the top layer also we have recorded. So this is the lithola, where the bottom layer, these fossils, and the upper layer, these are the fossils. So the upper one is considered as the identified, is correlated with the 2004 tsunami, whereas the bottom layer is, we have to go for the dating of these particular fossils, or otherwise any peat sample or any organic sample has to be dated, or otherwise we have to go for the OSL dating, optically simulated luminescence dating. Thereby we can identify how many hundreds of years ago this particular tsunami has taken place and deposited. Like that we can identify. So this is a paleo tsunami we inferred, but we are not able to give the exact age of this particular date. But the upper layer we are able to give the date. We are able to identify that this is a December 26, 2004 tsunami. So the species which we have identified, these are all the species, and they are of shallow marine forms. But the pit opened is 700 meters away from the coast, near the Velangani area. So like that, we can go for radiometric dating, or otherwise OSL dating can be done, and thereby we can identify the age of this paleo tsunami deposits. So these are all the species, important species: Carditis, Pneumorositina, Tanella gracilis. These species are generally found to occur in the shallow marine, that is 40 to 50 meters of water depth. But they are occurring in the pit which is being opened away from the coast. So like that, these arthropods are also give you some information with regard to the tsunami deposits, and the same type of study can be carried over with reference to the little bit older sediments also. We can identify the paleo tsunami deposits. So this is the second case study. Thereby we can identify the high energy marine events. Finally, I conclude my presentation with this particular slide. In the early days of humans, we were in Stone Age, and because of the communication skills, moral values, and ethical values, and other things, and we were in Golden Age. And after the invention of the space satellites, sending into the satellites, after sending into the space, we were in Space Age, and finally, if we don't properly take care of our mother's environment, and if you dump the garbage here and there, then we'll be finally entering into the garbage. From Stone Age to the Golden Age, Space Age, and finally we'll be entering into the garbage, unless and otherwise, if we properly take care of our mother's environment properly and sincerely and dedicated. Thank you very much for your patient listening. If you have any question, I am most happy to reply to your questions. Thank you very much. Hope I could give you some insight on arthropods, what are microfossils, how they are helpful in the environmental studies, and other kinds of hydrocarbon potentiality of the sediments, and also to identify the high energy tsunami deposits and other things. Some information I could give you. Hope you might have got some information, some insight on arthropods. Sir, Dr. Raidu Garu, please ask me, sir. Please pose your question. Sir, please unmute, sir. Venkatreddy Garu.
Yeah. So I'm fortunate today to listen about the Professor S.M. Hussein's the outstanding contribution. And I don't know how many are, I think, gone into very deep level is the high order international research contribution. And yesterday we discussed about the coastal reservoirs, summit areas. So I think, earth sciences for everyone nowadays coming about earth science for everyone for environmental issues. That is the reason why in Western universities and they taught about the earth sciences for carbon from starting from the school level itself. So the contribution, I think, just you can find about microorganisms or microfossils, and it is see how much of changes taking place to. We know about only the major environmental issues. Now we're finding about how the changes or environmental issues are to be traced out by extensive study. Because I think, I know SM Hussain's maybe I think when you study about earth science, paleontology is we are very much is reluctant to take that subject because the subject is at that time is and very difficult. Now the paleontological research and everything, I think, reached to the all our island natural gas exploration, everything is become one of the major subject. I think what is the importance of island natural gas we are going to trace out. Is one of the contribution. And even disasters management, ocean, I think tsunami, how they are analyzed about this one. I think it is there is nothing is not left by Dr. Smith to about the contribution. So it is the innovative ideas. I don't know how many students are knowing about this one. They put about their efforts. And ultimately, this organization is effort is to bring out students innovative research, study interest to know various aspects. So I'm thankful to Professor S.M. Hussain to taken about the very short time and contributed this paper. Others can ask the questions. We're ready to solve these. I think we're open for discussions.
In fact, sir, earlier paleontological study students are worried and they're because to remember the names and other thing, they are a little bit confused and they're worried. Nowadays, so you need not bother about the taxonomy and naming of the species and remembering those names. Only thing is how these fossils are helpful in order to infer the paleo environment or environmental studies and other thing. So that can be. Sir, Dr. Raidu Garu, he has raised his hand.
Available are.
And they can note down my email ID also, sir. If they are not able to, they can communicate with me later also through mail. Hussain.sm7@gmail.com. Any kind of doubt or clarification with regard to microfossils and environment and other related aspects, they can just communicate. Hussain.sm7, HUSSAIN, Hussain.sm7@gmail.com.
Prasad is available. Prasad, your comments?
Two people have raised their hands, sir. Mary Florence, and prior to that, Dr. Raidu Garu. He wanted some clarification.
Meanwhile, others can ask for, sir.
Sir, you can ask question. You have raised the hand and you are not asking the question.
Question or comment or anything, compliment.
Comment or whatever it may be.
Very interesting, informative, and ongoing research. Think about how micro puzzles will help us.
Thank you, Professor Sanji. It was very well presented with a lot of insights we could gain from your presentation. And dear friends, if you have any queries, you can one by one unmute yourself and ask your queries. You can use chat box, raise your hand, or unmute yourself.
Prasad is available, I think.
Yes, sir.
Good night, sir. I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and Sri Holistic Health Foundation for giving me this opportunity to raise my opinion. Sir, I was there during the tsunami there in Velankani, the place you said.
Oh, okay.
So that was Christmas time.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I had gone for vacation, sir. So I really saw in my own eyes how that seas were there, and lost of people, my very known friends, children and all lost in the 2004. That time was my first year of post-graduation.
Very unfortunate, very unfortunate. Yeah.
It's like in one family, father and son is there, daughter and mother is not there. In one, mother and son is not there. Like that. So many, all the hospitals in Bangalore full up, and majority of the people in Bangalore, people only was there for vacation in the Christmas times are there.
I'm sorry for that. Very tragic, very unfortunate.
Every time we go for these Bangalore people, we always look for Christmas card there. For Velankani, we will have the prayer, and also we go there. So it brought me a lot of memories, and your talk is very extensive, sir. You've done deep research and we understood very clearly, and you're very, you spoke very clarity, sir. So we can learn a lot of things. I'm also new to this topic, but I learned lots, a lot of takeaway, and it brought me a lot of memories of my that during the tsunami. Now also I can remember how that waves we saw from far. We were in church and that is going heights are in front of that. People are running away. All shopkeepers is there. It's like one scary. Still I can't forget, sir. Thousands of people in Bangalore, all the hospitals, government hospital, private hospitals, all got these ones are full, and so many Bangalore people, my very known friend circle, church circle, everyone lost her. That is a very tragic because I was there at the spot now. So then we returned home to 30th only we returned to Bangalore, sir, because there was no train, bus, everything. So a lot of tragedy happens, sir. After that, no, that December time, we don't go to Velankani only, sir. We go in the Dasara time. So we get scared to go in the December times.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for interviewing. God bless you, sir. Take care.
Dr. Hussain.
Yes, sir.
Hope you can hear me now.
Yeah, I'm able to hear you, sir.
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation that you made. In fact, I missed my face in the first session. This is I'm speaking from my phone. My computer gave me hand today. Yeah, excellent work. In fact, I worked. I told you in my lecture that I worked during 1980 to 85. After that, from 85, I joined Pollution Control Board. I worked on the coast till I retired in 2008. And your work kindles me back to my younger age. I worked in Uppukunduru, where the Krishna meets the Bay of Bengal. They are window and oyster fossils are there in everywhere. You dig up everywhere, you will get gastropods. And I worked on paleoecology of that place. So I was thrilled by your presentation today. It is excellent. Out of imagination of my work, because I did primitive works. I used to take the samples, then I go to Zoological Survey of India, Calcutta, identify them, then date those eras and things like that. It was tough time during that. Now the studies have become more and more easier for you people with lot of inputs and gadgets, and a lot of works that have been carried out by your seniors is also very helpful to you.
Thank you.
And I am thrilled. There are no words for my.
And getting a compliment like this from a senior scientist is always, it gives a energy to me. And where do you reside? Where do you reside? Are you
When I come to Chennai next time, I think I'll have I'm in Hyderabad in 2012, but I frequently come to Chennai to. I'm a consultant, advisory consultant, so I do I do a lot of work there. So I'll definitely meet you, Hussein.
Certainly, sir. You are most welcome, sir. Most welcome to the department.
And one more thing, I would like to have, if you have any papers, please share to the society so that we can also educate ourselves. All these fossils are the indicators for our marine pollution. Their lifespans and other things they give us. Since how long this the time frame, time series studies we do on fossils. I think what kind of pollution has affected them and how long the pollution is affected. My major interest of the pollution studies in Mandapam. I'm planning to take up a project there, working out with Ministry of Environment and Forest. I'll hook you there. That will be more useful for me because you can date we can date the pollution effect on the animals and what had happened, what was there, what could have happened, and how to safeguard these things in because Mandapam is more of our pearl place. We have a lot of pearl generation there. Artificial, most natural. Also, we have a lot of pearl.
And if possible, we will sort out any collaborative studies, sir.
That will work it out. Anyway, thank you very much for your excellent presentation.
Thank you.
I'm enthralled.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Raidigaru, for your wonderful comments. And yeah, as you rightly pointed out, even it was really one of the best presentations in the conference till now. So it was a very lot of research was done and very well presented. Every detail. Yes, thank you, sir. Sir, we have few questions. Can we go ahead with questions?
Yes, sir. Sir, actually, sir has got in the first presentation, you know, many people would like to ask questions also. Right? Master.
Yes, sir. We will continue.
Hussain speaks Telugu, eh?
I am from Telugu.
Yeah.
I am from
You
Andhra
can
Pradesh.
speak Telugu, sir.
ఎక్కడ ఏ ఊరు?
మాది మంగళగిరి దగ్గర పెదోళ్ళపూడి సార్. మంగళగిరి గుంటూరు డిస్ట్రిక్ట్.
Oh, very good. Okay, okay. We can do
good Telugu, sir.
Upagundere again. we should study. It is a wonder because he is working in Madras University. People won't allow non-Tamilians in Madras University. It's a very tough.
40 years ago ikkade unnanu. 40 years ago Madras University lo unnanu. Ikkade unnanu.
Very good, very good. Very nice knowing about it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
My questions, if I have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. We will take up a few questions with Sir Hussain, sir. Then we will come to Raidu.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I am in the department only, and if we finish off a little early, I have to go to my home, Madavakam, which is 20 kilometers away from here.
Yeah, Madavakam. You know, you live in Madavakam.
Yeah, I live in Madavakam, sir.
Okay, sir. Then we will quickly take up one or two queries. One is from Dr. M. Sheshreka. Do these osteocords have symbiotic association?
They have got a symbiotic association, sir. They live along with algae, and also they live along with the corals. Coral symbiotic relationship is there. And some species like Biridoplata, Alcyonicola, and other things, you know, they occur more in the algal rich environment.
Algal pit. And some barnacles also they adhere to.
Barnacles.
Thank you, sir. There is one more query from T.G. Sujata. Sir, what is mud volcano? Will it affect the nature?
Mud volcano is not actually a major volcano like the other magma oozing volcanoes, sir. It is actually the below the surface, we have got the mud which is accumulated in the Cretaceous age, that is. And because of this high intensity earthquake, you know, this mud volcano which was dormant that time, you know, it got activated, and whatever this mud which is present, that muddy or silty clay, that clay, you know, it started oozing out. That mud volcano, it will not create any kind of major damage to the environment.
Thank you, sir. There is one more query from Dr. M. Sheshreka again. Do they have any association with microbes? It is a bioindicator for petroleum. Will it be able to develop biosensors with these organisms?
Yeah, there are certainly, as I told in my presentation, some species which are very characteristic of indicative of the hydrocarbon bearing horizon organisms are there, and there some organisms, some species, they are characteristic index fossils. We call them as index fossils, and these fossils will tell you about a particular sedimentary horizon where the hydrocarbon accumulation was there, and thereby, you know, we can also correlate from basin to basin, from sedimentary area to location. So those are called as index fossils or biofossils, biozonation fossils, and they are the indicators. They are the indicators of the hydrocarbon bearing strata.
Thank you, sir. There is one more query from Dr. Vijayanunna. Sir, heard of osteocords for the first time. It's a comment, informative session. And what is the shelf life of these microfossils?
Yeah, good question. And these osteocords, you know, sir, they have freshwater forms. They live for a short period, for a few weeks to few months only. And whereas the marine forms, they live for a longer period, for a few months to a few years. Like that, you know, they have got a bigger lifespan. Marine forms, they have got a bigger lifespan, whereas the freshwater forms, they live from a few weeks to 1 or 2 months.
Thank you, sir. There is one query from Dr. P. Arunachalam. Why is the sea level raised in Chennai?
Sea level rise is because of because of these greenhouse gases, sir. And when the greenhouse gases enter into our Earth's atmosphere, the Earth's radiation is increasing. Thereby, what happens generally is a general phenomenon. I'm telling. I'm not in particular with reference to Chennai. I'm not telling. Because of this one, the high altitude glaciers, the high latitude glaciers, they start melting. When they start melting, a lot of freshwater flux reaches the marine sea environment, and thereby, the sea level is increasing. Sea level is increasing year by year. Annually, it is increasing, and it is estimated that in about 2 decades to 3 decades, because of this continuous rate of sea level increase, the low-lying areas like countries like Maldives, Mauritius, Seychelles, and many coastal parts of the low-lying areas like Bangladesh and other places, they are going to be submerged or swallowed or marooned by the sea because of the continuous rate of sea level rise. It is because of the greenhouse gases only. And also, not only the greenhouse gases and the glacier melting, but also because of the high temperature, the sea surface water is increasing, sir. The sea surface water, and thereby, thermal expansion of the water is taking place. So that also is one cause for the sea level rise.
Thank you, sir. There are a lot of other appreciations. There are no further queries, but a lot of appreciation messages. So we thank you, sir, once again, without taking much time, and we have to relieve you in a better this thing. So thank you once again, sir, for joining us, and thank you, Professor D. Venkatreddy Garu,
Yes,
for your contribution by recommending Professor.
No, he's done not by recommendation, it's an outstanding contribution.
Yes,
and
yes.
The participants can, I think, as Professor S.M. mentioned, write to their email in further, get the more inputs. Those who want to go for further studies or interdisciplinary also is the right person now in the head of the institution also. I think the Madras University, I think a lot of done research in these areas. So you can see about the title and presentation, and it is outstanding, and we can also know about the lot of inputs. So I think at my bottom of heart, appreciating him about the people can go for more and more research and these areas to find about new inputs. Thank you very much to the organizers and Hussein, very short span of time. I think you have taken the, I think, in further also we can have some more, I think, interactions in some other topics.
It's a pleasure, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you very much, Ravindra Garu, and thank you very much, Raidu Garu, and other participants.
Thank you, sir. We wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions.
Sir, I have one request. Can you give me a certificate stating that I have delivered a talk or so?
Yes, sir. All the presenters will be given certificates. We'll prepare certificates after the conference and send you, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, I'll call it a day, and good night to all of you. Thank you very much.
Good night, Hussein.
Good night, sir.
Good night, Dr. Venkatreddy.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And with your permission, shall I leave the meeting, sir?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. Please. So thank you, friends, for actively interacting. Now the forum is open for question and answers. So even we have with us Raidu Garu, a senior scientist professional who has a vast experience. So we can continue with the question and answers, if any. Please feel free to ask. You can unmute yourself one by one or raise your hand. You can use chat box or raise your hand, or you can unmute yourself. So there is one query, sir. Yeah. Kaur, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, sir. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask my question. Question is, sir, how does ocean species survive in saline water?
No, I couldn't follow you.
How do ocean species survive in saline water?
No, ocean what?
Ocean species survive in saline water. Yes.
Their characteristic presence. In fact, most of these animals only can live in saline waters. The species that are available to us, like your turtles, not tortoise. Tortoise cannot live in saline waters.
Okay.
Tortoise live on land, your fresh waters. Turtles, they can live only in saline waters. Their body constitution itself is framed in such a fashion, they only can, some species can only survive in saline waters. Some fishes, most of the fishes, they come from the sea to the fresh waters only for spawning for a short while. During that time, they lose their salt content in their body and become thin. If you observe those spawning fishes, very few fishes come into the freshwater and then spawn and then go into the seas. The constitution of that fish body, if you see, they dehydrate, and they'll be very sluggish while going into the return back to the sea is very difficult for some of those fishes. On the way they die also. So those fishes which are being accustomed or living in the sea, he'll only have saline water. If they don't have saline water, to from 19 ppt to 35 ppt, they can't survive. They can't survive. That is the nature's gift. How they are living, we can't say that. The freshwater fish cannot live in seawater. Seawater fish cannot live in freshwater. That is their biology. This is the biological framework.
Okay, sir. So what is mud volcano? Will you please explain it again?
The mud volcanoes he was talking about is during the tsunami, we had the sea bottom has risen. The sea bottom sand is been pulled up along with the tide, and then is been deposited in one of those islands in Andaman. When they have dated it, they found it some Cretaceous period or somewhere, that sand which has come up to the land due to the tsunami, they called it as what do you call that, volcanic sand. Generally, volcanic sands are found only in volcanic regions of the hills, and the volcanic periods are also been assessed by the carbon dating. Likewise, here also it is being done in Andaman and Nicobar. 2004, 2006, there are a lot of studies, and they have termed it as volcanic sand.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Oh, welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kaurji.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else have a query?
Okay. Yes, please. Okay. What is the? Yes. What? Okay. How can you tell if the fish is designed to live in saltwater or from the freshwater one? How can you tell the difference? The difference in the between, the difference in terms of design in the fish.
Then I could not understand what you are telling. David
I was
Clark.
saying,
Am I listening to David Clark?
yes,
Yes.
please. I was
Yes.
saying,
No.
how is it that the structure of the saltwater fish differs from the freshwater fish in structure, the structure design?
What this design?
Freshwater fish structure design.
Yes.
Is do you want to ask is there any changes in the freshwater fish structural design? Is that your query?
In terms of a structural design, structural.
Structural designs, it vary from fish to fish. Mostly they'll have one caudal, this small finnal bone from on the head, from mouth to the tail, and you will have the ribby fines, and it is very slimy bones will be there. They are all called finlets and fins. The structure is same in all the fishes. Physical structure
Thank you very
is.
much for my question.
I could not understand your question.
I said thank you very much for my question, for answering my question.
No, you please send your question in the question box. I'll try to
Naidu
answer.
Garu, she's conveying her thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
for
you.
answering her query. Thank you, David Clark. Anyone else have any queries? You can go ahead. You can unmute yourself and ask.
Good night, sir. I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and Sri Holistic Health Foundation for giving me this opportunity to voice out my opinion. Sir, I learned a lot from that day's and today's session. It's very informative and lot of takeaway because I'm not from science background. It's a very eye opener for me on this occasion of Ocean Day. So I jotted down lot. You have done extensive research, sir. I learned lots, sir. That I want to convey to you. That's why I raise my hand. Thank you very much for the extensive and very informative and wonderful session, sir. God bless you. Take care, sir.
Thank you, Mary. There is one query, sir, from Dr. Vijaya. A number of holy rituals are performed along the rivers. What will be the adverse impact and how can the freshness of waters be maintained?
The answer for this is very simple. All these rituals which were done in the age-old methods were different. Today it is become a pomp and show. Because of that, you see most of the rivers, these Batkamas are went in Batkama is played in the villages, particularly in Telangana. I have seen this very recently that they are being put into the wells and small rivulets. Then you have water tanks, etc. What happens is they putrefy and then disturb the whole ecosystem of that water body. Particularly in rivers, if the river is perennial and flow is very high, the waters with these flowers, oil, the lamps, everything. Now they are putting in plastics. All these plastics is a menace, and the lamps that are going in the mud lamp holders, that was the system we were following. Now the systems have changed. They are using all kinds of materials in for the burning these lamps in these rivers, and they are putting huge amount of flowers. Some flowers are degradable, some are not. Most of the flowers, they go to the bottom of as they gain weight, they go to the bottom of the river, and then and form clog the surface of the bottom surface, and micro and macro, small macro animals that are living on the bottom will all be dying of asphyxiation. What happens is these flowers when they biodegrade, they generate a lot of phosphorus and nitrates. The nitrates are killers. Because of nitrogen and nitrates, the smaller organisms, they get asphyxiation, and a lot of fish kills are seen in rivers after these festivals um, uh, seasons. Most of the rivers, in most of the rivers, you can see these fish kills. It is a common affair now these days. It was not in the previous years. Am I clear?
Yes, sir. One more thing I want to add is, like as sir mentioned, these rituals are perfect science. But what we are doing is, due to lack of proper knowledge, we are not referring to scriptures and we are not following them properly. And because of using these artificial and, alternative materials, especially, that is polluting. In fact, all the rituals are meant for the purification of and also to provide a food source for the fishes and other aquatic species, so that in this process they also get some kind of material for consumption. But unfortunately, today we are having some kind of fad, and this kind of misconception, and we are more going, as rightly said by Raidu Garu, we are going with all these artificial, pomp and glory kind of systems, where we are using synthetic and plastic and fiber and lots of materials which are neither prescribed in the ancient scriptures or nor promoted by any of these scriptures also, because we are at our convenience, at our availability, we are using them, procuring them. That is creating a pollution, in fact. So those should be avoided. All rituals should be followed as per mentioned by the scriptures, which are completely natural and organic. They are highly beneficial to the nature. We should use only them and in limited quantities, because population earlier was also very less. Now there is a huge population. India almost is the highest populated country in the world. So we need to consider that also, instead of making, huge, rightly pointed by Raidu Garu. See, we are making these huge Batkammas, right? And we are leaving them in stagnated waters. That is creating a lot of pollution. Initially, they were, supposed to be, supposed to be left out in these running waters, as rightly pointed out. But what we are doing, we are putting them in our wells, and that is again polluting. See how many, if a village having households of 10 to 50 houses, that is fine. But a village of household of around 500 to 1,000 or 5,000, imagine what kind of pollution it is going to create. It is going to spoil the entire well. So these are the things we need to be conscious, as rightly pointed out by Raidu Garu. So, I mean, a little bit of common sense is required beyond other aspects.
Our positive attitude is lacking.
Yes, sir. So that is what. Otherwise, all these rituals are very much scientific, and they always promoted organic, natural rituals, natural products in the rituals. So there is no harm, but we need to be conscious about the quantity aspects and other aspects. See, we need not always have a huge kind of thing. even a pinch of that is also will offer the same benefit as even if you offer a mountain. So let's be conscious about this and let's follow the rituals without creating any harm to the nature or environment. Thank you. And there is one more query, sir, from Dr. Vijay again. Is water hyacinth a water weed or a pollutant?
It's water hyacinth is a weed. Basically, it is a weed because of if you have polluted that water, the water hyacinth weed becomes a nuisance. That the hyacinth can be removed from the waters and can it be made paper. We have made paper out of hyacinth, water hyacinth. It is a resource for paper manufacturing, and in some places they are feeding the cattle also with this water hyacinth. It is rich in minerals. It takes away all minerals from water, and due to the sewerage or something has been dumped. If we have dumped some garbage, mixed garbage or something has been dumped, what happens is it becomes a cesspool. In the cesspool, they grow happily. They are the best removers. Why these weeds have been brought and kept in the rivers and rivulets and tanks was, this was introduced species. This is not a species grown in our country. This is being introduced from outside, and they wanted to weed away some of the pollution from the waters. But instead, they have become a pollution for us. They have become a weed. Weed grows enormously in these areas. It is not actually a pollutant, but you can call it as a nuisance case.
Thank you,
Am I
sir.
clear?
Anyone else have any other queries? I think that's all. Lot of appreciation messages are there. Any queries? You can unmute yourself also and ask.
Thank you, Ravindra Garu, and thank you all participants for giving me an opportunity to exchange my thoughts on this World Ocean Day. It is a pleasure to be with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Raidu Garu, for joining us all the way in spite of all technical hardships. You could connect back. And thank you very much once again for your contribution. And it was a really interactive session. We wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in the future and active collaboration and cooperation from your sides in bringing awareness on environmental issues.
Thank you, sir.
Once.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. Dear friends, already we have come to an end, but we will take one short paper. Abdul Aziz, are you ready to present your paper? You can raise your hand. Abdul Aziz Ganiyat, are you there? Can you hear me? Abdul Aziz. Okay. Anyone else yet to present their papers?
Sir, can I get the opportunity?
Okay. Have you completed all the formalities?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If not complete immediately after the presentation, then only you will be eligible for the certificate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me give you permissions. Yeah. Now you can unmute yourself and start your video and introduce yourself.
Is my screen visible, sir?
We can see your Windows Explorer. You can open the PPT.
Sir, I opened already.
Then you need to close you need to stop sharing screen and then click on share screen again and select the window in which PPT is open.
Is it now visible, sir?
Yes, you can make it full screen.
Yes, sir. Shall I start, sir?
Yes, you can introduce yourself and
Yes.
introduce your topic. And
Respected esteemed members, students, scholars, and all the participants of this one-day environmental conference, a very good evening to all of you. Myself, Arjun Malik, I am a research scholar at Gitam University, Hyderabad, under the guidance of Dr. Uma Devirandi. It is my great pleasure to present you today my paper entitled Analysis of Shoreline Change from 1990 to 2020 in the storm surge region, that is the Bapatla coastal tract of Andhra Pradesh, using digital shoreline analysis system. As we know that coastal zone in India assumes its importance because of high productivity of its ecosystems, concentration of population, exploitation of natural sources, and spread in recreational activities. Like we have huge, economic value of this coastal zone in India. We are having the great opportunities of employment. We are having the these are the bases of fish industry. We are having the power generation over there, and our lot of population is based in coastal zones. In India, we have a coastal line that is 7,500 kilometers approximately in length, and we have 66 coastal districts. And the total population is in coastal districts is 171 million. That is about 14 to 15% overall population. Actually, our research is based on one of the districts in Andhra Pradesh. Let me give the overview of Andhra Pradesh coastline. The coastline of Andhra Pradesh is 975 kilometers, which is second after Gujarat. Andhra Pradesh state is extremely vulnerable to storm surges and floods. The state risk is being battered by cyclones of moderate to severe intensity every 2 to 3 years. Let me show you some reports about the coastal zones and Andhra Pradesh also. Like globally, coastal areas share about 20% of the total area of Earth, and about 40% of the world population lives within 100 kilometers of the coast. And in Indian scenario, we have a coastline of 7,500 kilometers, and about 14 to 15% of population lives in the coastal areas. According to the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change report of 2007, the warming of Indian Ocean, sea level rise, and increasing intensity of tropical cyclones will devastate the low-lying areas. As per the Center for Energy, Environment and Water report, the coastal vulnerability index of Andhra Pradesh is in the high range, making it second most vulnerable state after Assam. And according to the State Disaster Management Department of Andhra Pradesh, about 44% of the state is vulnerable to tropical storms and related disasters. Since 1975, the state has faced more than 16 cyclones, some of them moderate and a few of them very severe. In past 40 years, there may not be a single year in which the state did not experience either a cyclone or heavy rainfalls and floods. Is my slide changing, sir?
It is on important reports.
So I'm unable to change it.
You can use arrow keys, left and right, or top or down on your keyboard.
No, sir, it is still there.
You click on the slide once. Now study area.
So basically our study area was Bapatla district. Actually, it is the newly formed district that got formed recently in 2022. So this is actually our the study area. It is one of the districts of Andhra Pradesh, and it has approximately a coastal length of 87 kilometers. And it comes under the highly vulnerable coastal stretch of Andhra Pradesh. And this is the map prepared in there's one of the software called ArcGIS software, why we prepared the map of our study area. So actually this Bapatla district has 25 mandalas, and there are 5 mandalas that are located on the coastline of Bapatla district. And these 5 mandalas are Chinnagajam, Vetapalam, Chirala, Bapatla, and Nizampatna. For our convenience, we divided the coastline of Bapatla district into these 5 mandalas, and we have categorized them into 5 zones, like zone 1 for Chinnagajam, zone 2 for Vetapalam, zone 3 for Chirala, zone 4 for Bapatla, and zone 5 for Nizampatna. We divided it in order to get the accurate results for the shoreline change. So this is the schematic diagram of study area. The important point is here is that we for our study, for our research, we used the data acquired from Landsat imagery. Actually, this data is freely available in United States Geological Survey website, that is Earth Explorer. And for 1990 time period, we used the Landsat 5. And for 2000, Landsat 7, for 2010, Landsat 7, and for 2020, we used the Landsat 8 data. So this is the complete methodology. First step was the digitization and extraction of shoreline. So after the acquisition of the data, we transfer the data to our softwares, like we have QGIS, we have ArcMap, we have other softwares. Then we digitized those the shoreline is actually like first we got the 1990 satellite imagery to the ArcMap software, while we digitized it, then we extracted it Then we prepared the baseline. Actually, the baseline was the reference line, due to which we got the distance of every shoreline. Then there was another step, that was the generation of transects. Transects are actually the perpendicular lines to the shoreline. These transects are used to calculate in the calculation of statistical data. Then there was the statistical analysis in DSA's toolbar. Actually, this DSA's toolbar is built-in toolbar in ArcGIS software, where we have numerous statistical applications. But for our study, we used three statistical analysis. One was linear regression. We all know that linear regression is used to calculate the value of one variable in response to the another variable. Then there is endpoint rate. Endpoint rate is actually the distance between the youngest and oldest shoreline divided by the time elapsed between the two shorelines. Then there was another statistical analysis, that is net shoreline movement. It is the distance. It uses the distance between the youngest and oldest shoreline. Coming to this, based on EPR, that is endpoint rate, and linear regression rate, the shoreline of Bapatla coast was categorized into 7 classes, ranging from high erosion to very high erosion to very high aggression. Like greater than minus, if there was the erosion of -2 meter, it was considered as very high erosion. And if there was accumulation of sediment is greater than 2 meter, it was considered as very high aggression. Then these are the results. This is the shoreline change map of the Bapatla district that we got after doing, performing our methodology. Here, the light red is the very high erosion, and this light green is actually the very high aggression. This the map prepared based on the results. So then, based on the endpoint rate, we calculated the accretion as well as erosion. Actually, these accretion and erosion values gave us the idea of shoreline change. So for Chinnagajam, we got the erosion of -8.9 meter per year from 1990 to 2020. And here we got the maximum erosion and accretion was seen in the Nizampatnam Mandal, that is zone 5. And the maximum erosion was -16.8 meter and maximum accretion was 10.5 meter. But in Chirala and Bapatla, from 1990 to 2020, there was we observed that there is only erosion in those particular mandals. There were no signs of accretion in these two mandals based on endpoint rate. And below is the graph of the readings of the results. Then, based on the linear regression, in order to check whether our results are good or not, we perform another statistical analysis, that is the linear regression. And the linear regression gave us almost the same results. And based on that, we concluded that our results are accurate. And here we also came to know that the maximum accretion and erosion was found in the Nizampatnam, that is zone 5. And also there was no signs of accretion in Chirala and Bapatla. There was only erosion from 1990 to 2020 time period. Then there is another statistical analysis, that is net shoreline movement. And through this net shoreline movement, we have observed that in Chinnagajam from 1990, it is the maximum value. We have seen that there is 105 meter of erosion and 88.9 meter of accretion, and like in other mandals also. And the maximum erosion and accretion was seen again in Nizampatnam based on endpoint rate. So let us come to the discussion. What are the factors responsible for the shoreline change, and what are the reasons responsible for this erosion and accretion? Actually, the shoreline change, the factors responsible for the shoreline change are actually the human activities also, but the primary factors are like the floods, the tsunamis, the storm surges, cyclones, and the variations in the sea level. According to Mukhabade 2011, natural calamities of this kind have always been a factor in the shifting of coastlines. As per the statistical analysis, like endpoint rate, linear regression rate, and net shoreline movement conducted over a period of 1919 to 2020, the process of shoreline alteration, also known as erosion and aggression of coastline, was observed in the research area, that is Bapatla district. The highest rate of erosion and aggression was observed in Nizampatnam, which is zone 5. The rate of erosion was found to be at its worst in the region close to point where the tributaries of Krishna River empty into the Bay of Bengal, from the Falls Devi Point to the Adavula Devi Sea Point view. Because of the swift current of the Krishna River and movement of the waves, the sediments got dislodged and are either carried away or washed away, causing the coastline to recede. During the monsoon period, we are getting heavy rainfall and also cyclones. These cyclones and this heavy rainfall result in the heavy catastrophic floods, and there increases flow of water in the Krishna River. And as it flows to the Bay of Bengal, it dislodged the sediments near the shoreline. So we are getting the heavy erosion in that particular area. And then the aggression was observed because we have seen the aggression in almost 3 mandalas in almost 3 zones. The aggression was observed because of the curvilinear pattern of the coast. The aggression was seen because there was a curvilinear pattern of the coast. The accumulation of sediment is curved pattern. In a curved pattern is this reason leads to the development of a beach as well as a paleo beach ridges that are comparable to the beach. The littoral drift that occurs during the southwest monsoon is responsible for the movement and deposition of sediments, which leads to the advancement of the coastline in this area as a result of aggression. As per the findings, it is abundantly obvious that the rate of net erosion is far higher than the rate of net aggression. The shoreline that undergoes aggression will be seen as more secure than the coast that is prone to erosion, because regions with an aggression tendency migrate towards the ocean, creating new land areas, while areas with an erosion trend cause the coastline to recede, raising the risk that people may be exposed to the coastal threats, according to Jana and Hadge 2016. The coastal Andhra Pradesh region is particularly prone to the erosion due to its location and spatial distribution along the ocean. Factors such as sand mining, dredging, and storm surges in the coastal Andhra Pradesh are making it more susceptible to erosion, according to Kantamani 2019. Coming to the conclusion, the aim of the current research is to investigate the erosion and aggression that have contributed to recent and continuing changes in the coastline of Bapatla district. This research demonstrates the potential use of geographic information system techniques for studying the coast. The current investigation concludes that there has been the continuous shift in the shoreline along the Bapatla coast during 1990 to 2020 time period. It is quite worrisome when the rate of erosion is higher than the rate of aggression. Coastal erosion is a significant problem, particularly for a country that is seeing a tremendous growth in the population of its coastal districts. If this pattern continues for another couple of decades, coastal communities will be in serious jeopardy of losing both lives and property. Constant shoreline monitoring is vital for the management of coastal zone in India, since all of its coastal areas are badly eroding owing to the combined impacts of natural and human causes. The government should take action to protect the coastline by installing seawalls, grounds, and developing shelter belts by planting the trees suitable to the local environment. So I would like to express my sincere gratitude to my guide, that's Dr. Randi Umadevi, for the continuous support of my research, for motivation, enthusiasm, and immense knowledge. I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Jayachandra sir, who has been the inspiration as well as my mentor. I am very grateful to the Geetam University for giving me the opportunity for my research. Last but not least, my deepest appreciation goes to Dr. Ravindra sir, the conference was organizer, for creating such a grand stage upon which we may showcase our work and efforts. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations. It's a nice presentation. So now with these changes happening in the coastline,
yes, sir.
So what would be your recommendations or suggestions?
Actually, sir, there is some technology like we called as grayons or sea walls, where there is, where we can find there is some catastrophic kind of erosion. We can install some sea walls on those grayons, or where we can, we can also create the shelter belts. Shelter belts are actually the walls by creating the walls by planting the trees suitable to the local environment. These are the things we can, do, and by there are the coastal engineers working in those areas. So we can recommend these things in order to protect the shoreline. Sorry.
Nice, man.
Thank you, sir.
Dear friends, if you have any queries, you can feel free to unmute. If you have any queries, you can share in chat box or you can raise your hand. Okay, there are no queries. The presentation was also very clear, concise. So thank you, ma'am. Congratulations. Wish you all the success for your future endeavors.
Thank you, sir.
So with this, we are concluding for the day. We request everyone to quickly fill up the feedback form. There is one query from Dr. Vijaya. A nice presentation. Is the seawall concrete?
Sir, it may be concrete also, but there are some other, kind of sea walls also where we kept the stones or something in a like a kind of a bund that are already installed in some places. It may be concrete also.
ये मुझे दो.
Yeah, Abdul Wahid, do you have any query? You are unmuted.
ये पकड़ो ना मैं बाहर वाला. ये पकड़ो बेटे.
Okay, there are appreciation messages and no further queries. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So, thank you everyone, all the presenters and participants for the day. It was really wonderful sessions today and with more proactive interaction from everyone. There is one more query from Kaur. Is sea line getting destroyed with time? Is earth line cutting down? Is that
actually the erosion and accretion is the same thing. The shoreline changes either because of erosion or accretion or because increase in the sea level or variation is in the sea level. Like some 200-300 or some 1,000 years ago, we were having the sea levels that were very low. Now our coastal areas are getting submerged. So our sea level, our coastlines are changing gradually. And because of erosion and accretion, also our shorelines are changing.
Yeah, hope that query is answered. Okay, so Yeah, there are no queries as of now. So thank you everyone, each one and of you, for joining us, and keep joining for another 4 to 5 days, and keep enjoying a lot of insights. And those who are willing to present, we have received a lot of requests, but they have not completed the formalities. Here on this platform, there is a little bit change than other platforms. Here, after registration, you have to change, you have to share the details and files so that we can go through it, verify them, and then accordingly allot the sessions. So that small change is there, but many are those who are acquainted with this process. They are able to easily get through it. Those who are reading the instructions, but those who are just not going through all the instructions, they are just waiting or just completing the registration and not completing the next formality, that is sharing the details, all the details and files which are mentioned in the presentation guidelines, in the registration form, and as well as on the website. Because all these proceedings will be published in the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav series, and it is going to be published after the end of the series. So there is a huge gap. So that's why we are asking you details, because many times it happened, where later when they contact, they themselves don't know when they have presented, at what time they have presented. And so that's a problem we have faced and we have been facing. So it's always better you share all your details, files as requested. That will help you only, because tomorrow you should not feel bad, something is missing, your presentation is missing in the final proceedings. Again, you will feel bad, and for no reason you lose your opportunity. So we request everyone, those who are presenting, not only just in this conference, but we have daily series of events happening in the form of conferences, seminars, workshops, symposiums, and various webinar series, all as part of the largest and the widest multidisciplinary, multicultural, multilingual series that is happening since 2 years and more. So we are there till, this series will continue till November this year, because we also added India's G20 presidency commemoration as well to this. So we'll be having till December. So we request everyone to utilize this opportunity in whatever form we have. And after this, we have upcoming international seminar on Yoga Day on 21st June. Apart from that, we have daily webinar series. There also you can participate and present, and you have a lot of opportunities. So utilize these opportunities. This is a contribution from our academic fraternity to our Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations. So thank you everyone once again, and congratulations to all the presenters today, and also to all the participants for joining us. We express our gratitude to each one of you, and keep joining us for rest of the days. And certificates will be issued after the end of the conference. Once the conference completes, we will take the reports. All the process is automatic, from registration to generation of certificates. So there is no manual intervention. Everything is handled by system. So it will automatically generate after the closure of conference. Within a week's time, you can visit the website. Daily, we are sharing the website link also in the chat box. And the registration form is same for all the days. You can just fill only once. No need of filling it up daily. Once is sufficient. It is applicable for all the days. So you can keep attending daily once registered, and after the conference, you can download your certificates from the website. So we request everyone to fill the feedback form. It is mandatory before leaving the platform. Once you fill the feedback form, you can leave for the day, and see you all tomorrow at 6 o'clock with the same link. The link is same for all the events, all the days. Whenever an event is happening, you can join with the same link. And the website address is same for all the events. So you can keep visiting the website, and you will have the updates of latest conferences. You can register and you can join. There is no registration fees, as we want to make it affordable, accessible for everyone. It should not be a barrier that, though we can keep a small amount or bigger amount, that's a different thing, but we want to make it accessible, affordable to everyone. That's the only reason we have kept all the participation and presentation free, including the publications also, so that everyone can utilize the opportunity. So thank you once again. See you all tomorrow. Take care. Good night.